Good morning, Mr. Greenie.
Good morning, sir.
I propose to say a few words by way of introduction before inviting you to introduce the session.
Thank you very much, sir.
Today, the inquiry begins its evidence sessions. These sessions will hear evidence commemorating the 29 adults and children and the 2 unborn babies killed by the bomb which exploded in Market Street, Omagh, on 15th August 1998. Later in the evidence sessions, I shall hear testimony from a number of survivors who received physical and psychological injuries as a consequence of the explosion, and from others who found themselves at the scene and who sought to provide assistance. Many of them have also suffered from severe trauma. In its call for evidence, the inquiry has received statements and accounts from many people who have been affected, either directly or indirectly, by the bombing. Some of these statements have been redacted to one extent or another, so as to remove some sensitive or private or personal information. However, I have read each of these in their complete form. In doing so, it has been abundantly clear to me that for those concerned, the process of engaging with the inquiry in this manner has been a distressing and difficult experience. For many, revisiting the thoughts and emotions of loss and injury has been very upsetting. I would therefore like to express my gratitude to everyone who has provided information to the inquiry and to all of those who have agreed to give evidence in whatever fashion. I would also like to emphasize the importance of the statements and evidence from those who were affected. In the first place, these accounts will serve to underpin the importance of the inquiry. However, the statements and oral evidence will have a broader value. Most of the statements will be available to read on the inquiry's website. The oral evidence will be given here in a venue open to the public, and most of that oral testimony will also be available to view on the inquiry's YouTube channel as it is being given. These opportunities to hear and see first-hand accounts of what happened will give content and meaning to the bare facts and numbers. The evidence to be given will give real insight into the devastating and lasting impact of terrible random violence, which otherwise might be incomprehensible to those who have no such experience in their lives. Those beyond Omagh who listen and watch will, as I was, be shocked at the level of grief imposed on ordinary, decent members of society doing nothing other than living their daily lives. Those who watch and listen will be overwhelmed and humbled, as I have been, on hearing of the appalling injuries inflicted on people of all ages, and of the dignity and compassion with which so many of those have coped with the changes in their circumstances which have been imposed upon them. The evidence sessions will accordingly have an important value in informing and educating others as to the real effect of terrorist violence. In this way, it is my sincere hope that all of those who supported or condoned the use of such acts of violence will learn of the actual, indiscriminate and devastating consequences of such selfish conduct for innocent, hard-working and caring people of all ages and for their communities. I shall now ask counsel to the inquiry to introduce the evidence sessions.
Sir, thank you. As everyone knows, on the 10th of April 1998, the Belfast Good Friday Agreement was signed. This marked a vitally important step in the peace process of the 1990s, and many commentators consider that the agreement has proved to be the basis for a new phase of Northern Ireland's history. The agreement was ratified by the people of both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland in referendums that took place on the 22nd of May 1998, demonstrating that the settlement had overwhelming public support across the island of Ireland. Tragically, however, some malevolent forces remained. A number of dissident Republicans continued to be violently opposed to the peace process, and they were prepared to use extreme and fatal violence in their efforts to disrupt that process. And during the inquiry, we will refer to these people as what they were, terrorists. During the afternoon of the 15th of August 1998, dissident Republican terrorists with just such a mindset drove a car to Omagh. The town centre that day was busy with shoppers, workers and tourists. At 2:20 p.m, the terrorists parked the car up on Market Street and they walked away. The vehicle contained a massive bomb. Shortly after 3 p.m, the device was detonated. And, sir, as you have said, 29 people, men, women and children, and 2 unborn children were killed by the explosion. Hundreds were injured and countless lives were changed forever. What was done that day here in Omagh was an act of savagery, and that the attack occurred at a time at which there was optimism for peace and was done with a view to disrupting that peace made it all the more wicked, if that were possible. The purpose of this public inquiry is to investigate whether the atrocity that happened in Omagh that day could have been prevented by UK state authorities. The inquiry will consider the issues raised by its terms of reference in chapters. In later chapters of the inquiry's oral evidence hearings, the critical issue of preventability will be scrutinised with the greatest care. Today, however, we start, sir, as you have said, the commemorative and personal statement hearings. As the inquiry protocol published last year makes clear, these hearings have 2 connected purposes. First, to commemorate publicly each person who was killed in the bombing in a way that is consistent with the views of the bereaved family concerned. This will take the form of pen portraits to explain who each person who died was in life, to recognise their individuality and allow family members to set out the impact of the death of their loved one. The second purpose is to hear personal statements from those who are injured in or were directly affected by the bombing, because this will recognise the wider impact of the atrocity on the community here in Omagh and beyond. All this evidence, as Sir you have emphasised, will be central to the inquiry. It will be a critical starting point in framing the inquiry's investigation into whether the bombing could have been prevented by UK state authorities. It will, without question, be distressing evidence to listen to, indeed highly distressing. But it is vital that it's heard, and heard in public. Understanding the impact of the bombing is vital to the investigation of the issue of preventability, and for that reason, we will not shy away from shining a bright light on the terrible consequences of that day. The evidence will allow you, sir, your team, core participants, and the wider public to understand and mark the effect of the bombing on individuals and on their families and on the broader community. We will all then have this evidence in mind as the inquiry moves on to consider evidence as to preventability. And so may we be plain that our aim is to put those who deserve explanations at the heart of your process. It's important that we should be clear that in this opening address, we will be referring to some of the evidence of loss and injury that will be received during the hearings. That too will be distressing to listen to, by which we mean listening to this opening address will itself be distressing. So we ask all who are currently listening to think about their own well-being when they decide whether to remain. And we assure all who are present in this room and beyond watching remotely that we will give what is sometimes referred to as a trigger warning when we move to that stage of the opening address. It will probably, sir, be after a short break. Before we start to hear the pen portrait evidence later today, it's important that we, as counsel to the inquiry and solicitor to the inquiry, and the inquiry team more generally, explain how we intend these opening remarks and the subsequent evidence should be structured. First, in a moment, as we did at the inquiry's preliminary hearing in July of last year, we will read out the names of those who were murdered in the bombing. That will be followed by a period of silence lasting for 1 minute. The purpose of doing this is to ensure that all within this room and beyond are focused on the terrible loss of life and dreadful suffering that the atrocity, a word we will use many times over the course of these hearings, we have no doubt, on the 15th of August 1998 caused, and in turn remind all of us engaged in this inquiry of why its work is so important. During that minute's silence, we will invite all who are able to and wish to stand. Second, in the course of this opening address, we will deal in summary with the historical background to the Omagh bombing. We do understand that many of those in this room will have the clearest understanding of that background, having in very many cases lived through it. Nonetheless, we consider it necessary to say something about what happened in Northern Ireland in the period before the attack. But we emphasise that in doing so, we acknowledge the lived experience of those in this room and beyond. We consider it necessary to say something about that history for a number of reasons, including because it's important that there should be an understanding beyond this room of why it is that while some describe the attack as the worst event to have occurred during the Troubles, others describe it as the worst event to have occurred during the peace. Third, in these remarks, we will summarise the pen portrait evidence and some of the evidence of personal statements that we expect to hear over the course of the next number of weeks. So we will not attempt to summarise all or nearly all of that evidence in these opening remarks, but we will aim to capture the central points that have been made. But we can't promise that we'll succeed in that aim because the evidence is, as you have emphasised, extraordinary and, in truth, overwhelming. But we will do our best today. It's important to make clear that although we'll be referring to examples at this stage, both you, sir, and your team have read every statement and considered every photograph, every presentation and document that has been provided. And in the evidential process that will follow these opening remarks, every contribution will have great value. Fourth, in our view, it's important to explain what will not happen in this chapter of the inquiry's oral evidence hearings. During the commemorative and personal statement hearings, we will not be looking at what went wrong in the lead up to the attack or on the day itself. We will, during this phase, not be seeking to criticise anyone save for those who carried out the atrocity, nor will we be seeking to investigate the quality of the emergency response to the bomb warnings, although we do recognise that strong views are held about that issue. And we will not be dealing at this stage with the procedural progress of the inquiry, although at the very end of the commemorative and personal statement hearings, so we will provide an update on the inquiry's work. What we will instead be doing is focusing on those who died, on their families, and on those survivors and responders who wish to contribute to this process. We believe that all will want to respect the lines that we have drawn for these hearings in January and February, because those lines are designed to ensure that the purpose of these hearings is fulfilled and that its important dignity is maintained. Fifth, may we remind everyone that there is a restriction order in place for these hearings. It's available on the inquiry's website. The purpose of that order, that legal order, is to ensure that these hearings are managed in a way that is as sensitive as possible, but also to allow the wider public to follow this important evidence. In broad terms, the order provides three things. One, it requires that there is a delay on the YouTube broadcast of 3 minutes. This is to ensure that nothing is broadcast that should not be, particularly if a witness becomes upset or distressed in a way that should not be seen by the wider public. Some witness evidence may not be broadcast on YouTube at all. Two, the order requires that there is no live blogging, tweeting, or reporting of the hearings, save for via the delayed broadcast. And this, in turn, is to ensure that nothing is reported that will not be broadcast on YouTube. Three, although the issue, as with all these issues, will be kept under review, the statements read and evidence shown in court will not routinely be published on the website. Rather, a transcript of the evidence given will be published on the website at the end of each hearing day, although there are a small number of statements that are confidential to the inquiry only, for good reason. So having made those introductory remarks and explained what we will say over the course of some of the balance of the morning, may we please turn to read out the names of those murdered before inviting those who are present, who can and who wish to stand. These are the names.
Sorry.
Rocio Abad Ramos, James Barker, Fernando Blasco Baselga, Geraldine Breslin, Deborah Ann Cartwright, Gareth Conway, Breda Devine, Oren Doherty, Aidan Gallagher, Esther Gibson, Mary Grimes, Olive Hawkes, Julia Hughes, Brenda Logue, Jolene Marlowe, Anne McComb, Brian McCrory, Samantha McFarland, Sean McGrath, Sean McLaughlin, Avril Monaghan and her unborn twins, Maura Monaghan, Alan Radford, Elizabeth Rush, Vida Short, Philomena Skelton, Brian White, Frederick White, Lorraine Wilson. And so may we then invite all who wish to stand and are able to do so for the minute's silence. Thank you very much. So we'll turn next, as we said we would, to deal with matters of historical background, albeit in summary. What we're going to say is informed by expert evidence that the inquiry has commissioned and received very recently. In saying what we're about to say, we are acutely aware that the core participants have not yet seen those expert reports. As the core participants know, a deliberate decision has been made by the inquiry to serve the expert reports at the conclusion of the commemorative and personal statement hearings, because we considered that serving important evidence of an expert nature just as these hearings started would be insensitive to those preparing for a process of such importance, namely these hearings. What the core participants can be assured of is that what we're about to say is a high-level and, we hope, neutral and uncontroversial summary of parts of the reports of two experts, Professor Richard English and Dr. John Morrison. So in a later chapter of the inquiry's proceedings, you will hear directly from both of those experts in full and indeed from other experts from whom reports have been commissioned. We have just mentioned the names of two experts to whom, in fact, we also made reference at the preliminary hearing on the 30th of July last year. We'll remind those present and watching of who those experts are. Professor Richard English was instructed by the inquiry to prepare a report on the history of the Troubles. Among other appointments, he is a Professor of Politics at Queen's University Belfast and Director of the Senator J. Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice. Senator Mitchell is a man to whom we will be making a number of references. Dr. John Morrison was instructed by the inquiry to prepare a report on the development of dissident Republican terrorism. Like Professor English, he is a distinguished academic who has published widely on the topic on which he has been asked to report. He is currently an assistant professor at Maynooth University. Although, as we understand it, and based upon the expert material available, there is scope for disagreement about the moment the Troubles started, there is broad agreement that it was at some stage in 1969. Professor English expresses the view that by 1972, so 3 years later, what had emerged was, to use his words, an effective civil war in Northern Ireland, one characterised by appallingly high levels of violence, by deeply polarised division between Unionists and Nationalists, and by intra-communal divisions of real weight. Identifying the number of people killed over the period that followed during the Troubles is not straightforward. Detailed research was done by the academic Marie Smythe in her 1998 publication, Half the Battle, and in her 1999 publication with others of the human costs. Valuable work was, it seems to the inquiry, also done by the Victims Committee 2007 updated publication, Lost Lives. All of their work has been and will be further considered by the inquiry. But what is clear is that there is no single agreed figure of deaths. In 1998, 2 agreements were signed in Belfast. The first was between the UK and Irish governments, and the second was between most of the political parties of Northern Ireland. And together, as all in this room certainly know, those 2 agreements were known collectively as the Belfast Agreement or the Good Friday Agreement. To avoid controversy, we will refer to the agreement, as we have done so far, as the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. The populations of Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland voted in favour of that agreement in referendums held, as we've said, on the 22nd of May 1998. In many quarters within Northern Ireland and beyond, this led to a sense of optimism that peace had arrived. Furthermore, the agreements and the peace process that preceded it had led to a course of what became known as security normalisation. Indeed, in a speech entitled Steps to Normality, delivered on the 28th of November 1997 by Dr. Mo Mowlam, who was appointed Secretary of State for Northern Ireland following the May 1997 election that brought the Labour government of Tony Blair to power, the following was said, quotes, "Since the 20th of July 1997, the Chief Constable and the General Officer Commanding have been able, on the basis of their continuing assessment of the threat, to take a considerable number of incremental steps to reduce the impact of security measures on everyday life in Northern Ireland. Last Tuesday," said Dr. Mowlam, which would have been the 25th of November 1997, for example, the Chief Constable was able to announce the ending of all military foot patrols in support of the RUC during daylight hours in West Belfast. These measures, which responded to the diminution in the threat as the ceasefires have continued, have been widely welcomed. They have helped to restore a more normal atmosphere throughout Northern Ireland and to build a greater degree of confidence in the peace process. End quotes. The press release by the Northern Ireland office that was issued along with the speech of Dr. Mowlam listed a series of changes that had been made as part of security normalisation. As is perfectly obvious, the impact of such security normalisation on the ability of dissident Republicans to carry out their attacks which open source material suggests were numerous in the lead up to the Omagh bombing, is an important issue for the inquiry to explore in subsequent chapters of its oral evidence hearings. The term dissident Republicans and dissident Republican terrorists is one that we have now used a number of times, and we should give some explanation of the inquiry's understanding of what that term or those terms mean. The Republican movement in Northern Ireland, it can, as we understand it, be stated without controversy, has been marked by several splits. And what we're now going to set out is not intended to provide anything like a full history of what occurred. We will explore that during the course of the expert evidence in a later chapter of the inquiry's oral evidence hearings. What we're about to say is a summary of what occurred within the Republican movement, and it's intended to provide context for the terrible thing that occurred here in Omagh on the 15th of August 1998. In 1969, as the Troubles started, a split emerged within the Republican movement. For present purposes, it's not relevant to understand why, but the upshot was that the Provisional IRA emerged as the dominant Republican paramilitary force. In 1986, there occurred an event which is likely to be of relevance to the work of the inquiry. An important tenet of Republican ideology had for decades been the principle of abstentionism, which meant that if members of Sinn Féin were successfully elected to the Dáil, Westminster or Stormont, they would refuse to take their seats. This policy, as we understand it, reflected a belief that each of the three parliaments promoted the continuation of the partition of the island of Ireland. The inquiry expert, Dr. Morrison, explains in his report that in late 1986, Sinn Féin and the General Army Convention of the Provisional IRA decided to abandon that principle so far as the Government of Ireland was concerned. And this led to a split. The Provisional IRA emerged the stronger grouping, explains Dr. Morrison, but a dissident paramilitary group that became known as the Continuity IRA splintered from the Provisional IRA. What seems clear is that the Continuity IRA lacked the capabilities and resources to mount a sustained violent campaign until, as we'll explain, the mid-1990s. So the inquiry will need to examine closely the activities of the Continuity IRA in 1997 and 1998 in particular, in subsequent chapters of its work. The final split within Republican paramilitaries is the one of greatest significance to the Omagh bombing. That is because it's the split that led to the emergence of the group that has become known as the real IRA. And as everyone knows, the real IRA has accepted responsibility for the bombing. This final split occurred as the result of discontent within dissident Republicans about the peace process that was to lead to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. So the peace process will be relevant to the work of the inquiry for several reasons. They include, first, the peace process, as we've explained, led to a process of security normalisation. As we said a moment ago, it will be important to understand whether that had any impact on the ability of dissident Republican terrorists to conduct their illegal activities, and, if it did, the inquiry will need to understand to what extent and with what consequences. Second, the peace process triggered a split within the Republican movement that led, as we have just said, to the emergence of the real IRA. For reasons that will need to be explored in detail in later chapters of the inquiry's work, the activities of that group of terrorists and the extent to which the authorities were or should have been aware of those activities is critical to the work of the inquiry. And third, as we've explained already, the fact that the Omagh bombing occurred at a time at which a new phase in the history of Northern Ireland had started serves only to emphasise the wickedness of what occurred here on the 15th of August 1998. And so, as you know from the reading that you have done, that is something about which a number of the witnesses will speak in the coming days and weeks of these commemorative and personal statement hearings. So against that background, it's necessary, before we take a break and move to the second phase of our address, for us to say something about the peace process and how the real IRA appears to have emerged as a result of it. As with many aspects of what we will be exploring, there is scope for legitimate disagreement about the point at which the peace process of the 1990s commenced. Professor English considers that on any sensible view, the Downing Street Declaration of the 15th of December 1993 was an important stepping stone. On that date, the UK Prime Minister, John Major, and the Irish Taoiseach, Albert Reynolds, made the following joint announcement. We quote, "The Prime Minister, on behalf of the British government, reaffirms that they will uphold the democratic wish of a greater number of the people of Northern Ireland on the issue of whether they prefer to support the Union or a sovereign united Ireland. The British government agree that it's for the people of the island of Ireland alone, by agreement between the two parts respectively, to exercise their right of self-determination on the basis of consent freely and concurrently given, north and south, to bring about a united Ireland if that is their wish. The Taoiseach, on behalf of the Irish government, considers that it would be wrong to attempt to impose a united Ireland in the absence of the freely given consent of a majority of the people of Northern Ireland. He accepts, on behalf of the Irish government, that the democratic right of self-determination by the people of Ireland as a whole must be achieved and exercised with and subject to the agreement and consent of the majority of the people of Northern Ireland." Close quotes. What was happening within the Republican movement, both political and paramilitary, both during and after this period, is something we will explore during later chapters of the inquiry's oral evidence hearings. However, for present purposes, it's relevant to note that while 1994 marked a period of upheaval and violence, tension and uncertainty in Northern Ireland, a significant development occurred that year with the ceasefire of the Provisional IRA on the 31st of August 1994, which was followed later in 1994 by the declaration of a ceasefire by the Loyalist paramilitaries. The importance of paramilitary bodies decommissioning their arms came to the forefront during this period. The UK and Irish governments established an international body to provide an independent assessment of the decommissioning issue, as it became called. That body was chaired by the distinguished US politician, diplomat and lawyer, Senator George Mitchell, and became known as the Mitchell Commission. A woman named Martha Pope was a senior advisor to Senator Mitchell, and it is no coincidence that Martha Pope is the code word used by the real RA in the calls that were made on the 15th of August 1998, ahead of the Omagh bombing, and which had been used in an earlier attack or attacks too. That code word, plainly, was chosen as an insult to a peace process that dissident Republican terrorists wished to disrupt. The Mitchell Commission reported on the 22nd of January 1996. Its concluding remarks are profound and are too infrequently reported, in our view. They're these, and again we quote, "Last week, we stood in Belfast and looked at a 30-foot high wall and at barriers topped with iron and barbed wire. The wall, which has ironically come to be known as the Peace Line, is a tangible symbol of the division of the people of Northern Ireland into two hostile communities. To the outsider, both are warm and generous. Between themselves, they are fearful and antagonistic. Yet it's now clear, beyond doubt, that the vast majority of the people of both traditions want to turn away from the bitter past. There is a powerful desire for peace in Northern Ireland. It is that desire which creates the present opportunity. This is a critical time in the history of Northern Ireland. The peace process will move forward, or this society could slip back to the horror of the past quarter century. Rigid adherence by the parties to their past positions will simply continue the stalemate which has already lasted too long. In a society as deeply divided as Northern Ireland, reaching across the peace line requires a willingness to take risks for peace. The risk may seem high, but the reward is great. A future of peace, equality and prosperity for all the people of Northern Ireland. The Commission recommended that arms decommissioning should occur alongside rather than before or after talks. It also set out 6 principles to which participants in all-party negotiations should affirm their, as it was put, total and absolute commitment. 1, political issues should be resolved through democratic and exclusively peaceful means. 2, full disarmament of all paramilitary organisations should be achieved. 3, such disarmament should be verified by an independent commission. 4, parties should renounce the use or threat of force by anyone as a means of trying to influence negotiation outcome. 5, parties should agree to abide by any deal reached at the negotiations and only to use peaceful, democratic means to try to alter any part of it. And 6, parties should urge and do all they could to end paramilitary punishment attacks. As everyone knows, these became known as the Mitchell Principles. No sensible person would suggest that the subsequent period was without serious violence. Indeed, the Provisional IRA ended its ceasefire with the bombing of Canary Wharf in London on the 9th of February 1996, killing 2 and injuring over 100. And subsequently, on the 15th of June of the same year, the Provisional IRA carried out a bomb attack in Manchester, and there were also loyalist attacks. But the following year, 1997, brought further progress towards peace. May of that year saw, as we have said, the Labour Party secure an election victory with a large majority in the UK general election. And the new government committed publicly to build on the work of those who had gone before in order to pursue peace in Northern Ireland. On the 20th of July of that year, the Provisional IRA announced a crucial ceasefire. Then, on the 9th of September, Sinn Féin signed up to the Mitchell Principles, and the following week it was permitted to participate in multi-party talks. As Professor English will explain, months of complex negotiations then ensued, chaired by Senator Mitchell and involving the governments on both sides of the border, as well as political parties in Northern Ireland. And it was those negotiations that produced the Belfast Good Friday Agreement on the 10th of April 1998. The agreement rested on 3 sets of relationships. Those within Northern Ireland, Strand 1, North-South relations between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, Strand 2, and East-West relations between Britain and Ireland, Strand 3. Under Strand 1, there was established a power-sharing assembly and executive, the latter having a first, deputy first, and other ministers. Strand 2 was reflected in North-South Ministerial Council and also cross-border implementation bodies aimed at encouraging cooperation that would be of benefit on both sides of the border. Strand 3 saw the setting up of the British-Irish Council and the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference, intended to encourage good relations and cooperation between Britain and Ireland. The agreement saw commitments made on human rights, on equality, on police representation, and in relation to the decommissioning of paramilitary weapons and prisoner release. It also gave effect to what has become known as the consent principle. As we've made clear several times now, the agreement was the subject of a referendum on both sides of the border. In Northern Ireland, on a high turnout, 71% of those voting endorsed the agreement. In the Republic of Ireland, albeit on a lower turnout, 94% of those voting endorsed the agreement. But despite the overwhelming public support for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, some remained implacably opposed to it and to the peace process that preceded it. Sinn Féin's endorsement of the Mitchell Principles in September 1997 was the prompt for a group of disgruntled Republicans to split from the Provisional Republican movement. This led to the creation of the Real IRA, partnered with the 32 County Sovereignty Committee, later movement. Some of those who formed the Real IRA came from the quartermaster and engineering sections of the Provisional IRA. They included Michael McKevitt, the reputed Quartermaster General of the Provisional IRA. He, of course, was later convicted of directing terrorism in the Republic of Ireland and was also found liable in the civil action brought by Mark Breslin, whose wife Geraldine was killed in the Omagh bombing, and others on the basis that he was responsible for authorising the provision of the material for the Omagh bomb, intending that the bomb should explode. So you will recall that we've said that in 1986, on splitting from the Provisional IRA, the Continuity IRA lacked the capability and resources to mount a campaign of immediate violence. Conversely, when the Real IRA split from the Provisional IRA in 1997, it appears that this new group of dissident Republican terrorists did, because of the background of those who formed it, have such a capability and resources. Dr. Morrison explains that by that stage, the Continuity IRA had also developed a capability, and it will be necessary for the inquiry to explore to what extent, during late 1997 and into 1998, there was coordination between the Real IRA and the Continuity IRA, and also with the Irish National Liberation Army, which had split from the official IRA in 1974. What is clear is that during late 1997 and throughout 1998, up until the date of the Omagh bombing, there were many attacks and attempted attacks by dissident Republican terrorists. Those attacks included placing and detonating car bombs in populated areas such as Banbridge, which was attacked on the 6th of January 1998 and the 1st of August 1998. The inquiry's current working understanding is that more than 30 attacks or attempted attacks were carried out by dissident Republican terrorists in the period between the latter stages of 1997 and the 15th of August 1998. So the inquiry will need to examine with great care what was known of those who carried out those multiple attacks, or should have been known, and whether that could and should have enabled the authorities to disrupt their activities and, in doing so, prevent the attack on the 15th of August 1998. To answer those questions is, no one should doubt the driven determination, sir, of your inquiry. That, then, leads us back to where we started, and to the day of the attack here in Omagh. As we've set out in some detail, albeit still in summary, that attack was one that took place at a time at which significant progress had been made towards peace. As people came into Omagh that morning and early afternoon, they must have done so on the basis that there was a new dawn here in Northern Ireland, and that this was the moment that dissident Republican terrorists chose to strike with such appalling consequences is something that is incapable of being captured adequately by our words. And, sir, that is why we must hear, starting today, the words of the bereaved and of the survivors. So, as we indicated, the next stage of our opening remarks will involve setting out some of the pen portrait evidence that we will hear, and also the evidence of the survivors. But what we are saying is being translated for a number of people, and the interpreter requires a break every hour for a period of 20 minutes. So now would be a convenient moment to take that break.
Thank you. Mr Greenie.
Thank you, sir. So we hope that what we've we hope that what we've just said about the historical background of the Omagh bombing provides a relatively brief, factually accurate and uncontroversial introduction to the events leading up to the 15th of August 1998. If anyone has been upset or concerned by what we have said, can we assure them that that is the opposite of what we intended? We intend next to summarise some of the evidence that will be heard in the commemorative and personal statement hearings. The evidence that we will hear in these hearings will be adduced in a number of different ways, and the way in which it's given is the personal choice of the witness. Sometimes a witness statement will be read or a pen portrait read. Sometimes live evidence will be given by a loved one. Evidence will not be given on oath or affirmation. And so, as you know, we will see photographs and watch presentations, sometimes accompanied by music. We're going to begin by referring to some of the evidence that we'll hear from those whose loved ones were killed that day. What we're going to be saying is deeply affecting, indeed capable of causing deep distress, because what we're going to be saying is drawn from the witness statements and pen portraits themselves. So, as we said at the beginning of this address, we invite anyone in this room or watching remotely on the time-delayed YouTube link to think carefully about their own well-being before they listen on. And so for that reason, we'll pause for just a short time to enable anyone that wants to leave or to switch off the feed to do so. So in this stage of our opening remarks, we'll begin 50 miles to the north of Omagh in the town of Buncrana in County Donegal. 4 years before the bombing, a group of Spanish students had visited Buncrana as part of a long-standing language exchange scheme, staying with those who lived in the town. On the 15th of August 1998, a group of exchange students and teachers, along with residents of Buncrana, made a visit to the Ulster-American folk park just north of Omagh. And they decided to visit Omagh itself afterwards in order to do some shopping. A number of those who made that trip were killed in the bombing. Fernando Blasco Baselga was a 12-year-old schoolboy from Madrid. He was one of 7 brothers and sisters, and he was a good, happy and generous child with strong religious faith. He was on his second visit to Buncrana as part of the exchange programme, and a statement prepared by Tim Souter, the solicitor to the inquiry, will be read as the starting point of the evidence, explaining something about a young life cut far too short. James Barker was also aged 12 when he was murdered on the 15th of August. James had spent his early life in Surrey. His mother was from Derry, Londonderry, and the retirement of James's maternal grandparents back to Ireland prompted James's parents to consider buying a holiday home in Buncrana. That developed, in turn, into a plan to live in Buncrana. The family moved there, although James's father continued to live in England for work and travelled to Ireland for weekends. In August, one of the Spanish exchange students was staying with James's family. James knew and was friendly with Fernando. On the 15th of August, James's sister had in fact been due to travel to Omagh, but she was unwell. James took her place, and in Omagh, he was murdered. James's father will give evidence, and among things that we expect him to say is this, and we quote, "Most people are fortunate enough to pass through life without the impact of an unforeseen tragedy affecting them directly. When the news of the Good Friday Agreement appeared to signal the end of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, the feeling of peace at last seemed to permeate all around. The fulfilment of my wife's desire to return to her native home and to give the children a better life seemed to be closer to realisation, particularly as James was due to start his education at Campbell College, Belfast, the following September, and had enjoyed a year at Foyle and Londonderry Prep School. And this captures the sense of hope being destroyed to which we made reference earlier in dealing with the historical background. Oran Doherty also lived in Buncrana. He was 8 years of age and full of life. His cousin invited him to go on the trip to Omagh, and although his mother, Bernie, was apprehensive because of his young age, she decided to let him go. And as all parents know, children only develop through their experiences. We'll hear from Oran's sister, Lisa Dillon, in the course of the hearings. She'll speak to a statement made by Bernie Doherty on behalf of the whole family. That statement describes Oran's infectious personality and deals too with the day of the bombing. Bernie's statement says something that captures ideas that we have earlier sought to encapsulate, although it does so better than we have done, we have no doubt. She says this: "As for those people responsible, I do wonder if they can sleep in their beds at night, given the absolute carnage and devastation they caused for so many families with one act of cruelty. I have listened to and read all the excuses about the fact they didn't mean to let the bomb go off at that time and in that place, and that they didn't expect anyone to be in the area at that time. I do not accept this," says Bernie, "and I never will. If you're prepared to transport a bomb of that magnitude into a crowded market town, then you know exactly what could happen. It was a despicable act inflicted upon people of all ages and from both sides of the political divide, and all in the name of what? The Good Friday Agreement had been signed a matter of months earlier, and people on this island finally had some hope of a peaceful future, until these cowards literally blew it all away. The fact that the Omagh bomb was more or less signalled at the end of the Troubles doesn't make it any easier for families of the innocent civilians who have had to pay the ultimate price. We've heard many stories over the years about certain politicians at the time and what they may or may not have known and what could have prevented this disaster. I hope and pray with all my heart that this inquiry can at least give us some answers as to what exactly happened, what people knew, and if this disaster could have been prevented. Whilst it will not bring Oran back, and nothing will ever come close to that, or make life any easier without him, it might give us some comfort as we move on with the remainder of our time on this earth. And so the inquiry has heard those words. Sean McLaughlin was also 12, and he too lived in Buncrana. He was one of 3 children born to his parents, and indeed the eldest. He took the trip to Omagh along with Oran and others on the 15th of August. His mother, Patricia, describes him as a lively, lovely boy, always happy and content with something to smile about. And she goes on to say this: Sean personified the hope in this island following the Good Friday Agreement, the hope of peace. Only a few months before the bomb, Sean had written a poem which he presented to the then President of Ireland. The poem read, and she then quotes the poem: "Orange and green, it doesn't matter. United now, don't shatter our dream. Scatter the seeds of peace over our land, so we can travel hand in hand across the bridge of hope." Rocio Abad Ramos was one of 3 sisters. She lived in Madrid. Within her family, she was known as Peque, meaning little one. Rocio had travelled to Buncrana many times as part of the exchange programme, but in 1998 she was there as a team leader, and she'd come to love Ireland. Rocio had lived a life of success, both academically and as an athlete. She was a kind and compassionate person. And later today, after lunch we expect, we're going to hear from her sister Paloma with the insistence of an interpreter. And what Paloma has to say is deeply moving. One of those things is this: after the bomb, says Paloma, it took a lot of time to re-engage with the families in Buncrana. They felt such a sense of responsibility. When the Spanish students were in Buncrana, they were treated like they were part of the family. And that's exactly how all the Spanish, how all the Spanish families felt. Fortunately, the Spanish trips continue to this day. My daughter went to Buncrana last year, and this year, my son went to Buncrana. They stayed with Katrina Doherty. She has become a true friend. She's part of our family. She's our Irish sister, says Paloma. And so it seems to your team that the fact that Rocio's niece and nephew have followed her to Buncrana is an extraordinary demonstration of how hope lives on. Rocio was aged 23 when she died. Geraldine Breslin was one of 4 sisters, and she was 43 years of age when she was killed. Omagh, we will learn from her family, was the town where she was born and raised, where she worked, where she was married, and where she's now laid to rest. Geraldine's sister, Rosemary Cooney, describes Geraldine's childhood and her personality, marked by kindness and energy. She speaks of Geraldine's career in retail in Omagh and beyond, as does her son and only child, Gareth McChrystal, who also describes the happiness of Geraldine's marriage to Mark Breslin, to whom we earlier made reference. Geraldine was working as a shop assistant at Waterson's Drapers on the day of the explosion, alongside her friend Anne McComb. They were killed on a tea break as they walked in the street. Gareth says this of his mother: "Between my mother and my grandfather, the vast majority of the Omagh community would have known our family. Nobody had an unkind word to say about my mother. My mother was an extremely warm-hearted woman who helped people out where she could. She had an infectious laugh and a kind spirit devoid of any ego. Her life was a life well lived, and she touched so many people's hearts. I didn't realise just how many people her death had affected until the wake, as I witnessed the sheer number of people passing through our home. Deborah Ann Cartwright was 20 years of age and was working in a beauty salon in Omagh on the day of the bombing. She had evacuated the premises and walked down Market Street when the bomb was detonated. Deborah Ann was a student and was due to start a degree course in Manchester when she was killed. A statement prepared by Tim Suter will be read out during the course of the hearings, setting out something of the tragedy of her loss. Gareth Conway was aged 18 when he was murdered. His sister, Shawnee Conway, describes him as an athletic young man who loved playing both soccer and Gaelic football. His life was opening up in front of him, including having been accepted onto an engineering course at Ulster University. Shawnee expresses her heartbreak that Gareth was killed at the moment at which he was looking forward to the rest of his life. She says this: Gareth was a young man with so much promise, kindness and love. His life may have been cut short, but his impact will never be forgotten. He is remembered as a good person, an extraordinary brother and son, and a presence that will be forever missed. Breda Devine was just 20 months of age when she was killed. She was in Omagh that day with her mum, Tracy, who was badly injured, and with other family members. And they were buying gifts for a family wedding and shoes for Breda to wear at the wedding. And we'll hear a little more about that day when we hear evidence from the witnesses in the personal statements part of the hearing. Michael Gallagher will give evidence on behalf of his family about his son, Aidan Gallagher. Aidan was aged 21 when he was murdered. He was a brother to Kat, and the two of them were thick as thieves. Aidan was killed when he visited Omagh to buy a pair of jeans. He was, we'll hear, a young man with a strong work ethic who was fascinated by anything with an engine or a motor. In time, he became a self-employed mechanic. And outside of his work, he had many interests and friends and was indeed the joker of his group. His father says this of him: he had a strong sense of social justice and could not tolerate bullying or inequality of any description, often standing up for the most vulnerable. He had friends from all denominations and was never interested in political matters. Like others whose loved ones were murdered, Michael Gallagher speaks of the hope that existed within Northern Ireland by August 1998, that the worst of the troubles were behind them, and that, as he puts it, peace was on the horizon and our worries were over. His family had voted for peace. Michael Gallagher states, "I'm grateful that I'm now before this inquiry to provide some sense of the loss my family have experienced and the impact that the Omagh bomb has had on our lives. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and this inquiry is tasked with providing those answers. It's important that we learn from the past," he adds, "and build a society where my grandchildren can walk down the road without the fear that something like the Omagh bomb could occur again." Esther Gibson had turned 36 just over 2 weeks before the Omagh bombing that was to kill her. From her early years, she showed a passion for learning and community engagement, and at the time of her death, she worked at a well-known clothing designer. She was a devoted Christian who found joy and purpose in her faith, and she taught Sunday school classes. In their pen portrait, Esther's family say, at the time of her death, Esther was engaged to be married, looking forward to a future filled with hope and happiness. She was a young woman with much to look forward to. Her career was flourishing, her faith was strong, and she was preparing to embark on a new chapter of her life with her fiancé. Esther's murder cut short a life that was rich in kindness, love, and promise. She was deeply loved by her family, friends, and community, and her absence is profoundly felt by all who knew her. Mary Grimes turned 66 on the 15th of August 1998. During her life, she had worked as a nurse, then as a midwife, and she and her husband Mick had raised 11 children together, building up a large dairy farm. And now there are 28 grandchildren. One of the children of Mary and Mick was Averil Monaghan. Averil's daughter, Evine, describes how Averil met her father, Michael, and the happiness of their marriage. By 1998, they had 4 children, with twins on the way. On the 15th of August, Mary and Averil were in Omagh together. One of Averil's children, Maura Monaghan, who was aged 18 months, was with them. She was, we'll learn, a curly-haired girl with an infectious laugh. Mary and Averil and Maura were killed, along with the unborn twins. And the loss suffered by that family simply cannot be imagined. Averil Monaghan had written a poem when she was a pupil at Loretto Grammar School. The title of that poem was Peace, and it read, "Oh, that we, before it's too late, could cast aside the curse of war and hate, then pray that conflict among men would cease, and let the world rejoice in love and peace." In their pen portraits, the family say, with a dignity that can only be admired, "We would like to extend our deepest thanks to our family, friends, and the wider community for the unwavering support they have so generously provided over the last 26 years. The love and support have meant more to us than we can put into words, and has got us through the darkest and toughest of days." Olive Hawkes was aged 60 when she was killed. She was the wife of a farmer named Percy. Olive's family describe her as the glue that held their close family together. On the day of the bombing, she had travelled into Omagh to carry out her Saturday shopping. Her death in that attack ripped the family apart, but their statement talks of the hope that so many speak of. The family's statement ends in this way: "It took us a long time before we could recall the happy memories that were replaced with the trauma of Mum's death. But now we can cherish everything that Mum and Dad did to create our loving home and give us a wonderful childhood. We are also grateful that their influence has enabled us not to hold onto anger or bitterness and to try and live as they would have hoped. Mum had overcome many hardships in her younger life and found much happiness in adulthood. She and Dad were genuinely good, hard-working, rural people who, like so many others, did not deserve to experience such cruelty. Julia Hughes was brought up here in Omagh. She had been a student at Omagh Academy and at the time of her death was an accountancy student at Dundee University. That summer, she was home and working in a photography shop, intending to return to Scotland the following month in order to complete her degree. And she was working there on the 15th of August when she was evacuated and then died in the explosion. She was aged 21. A statement prepared by Tim Souter, setting out something of the loss that her life represents, will be read. Brenda Logue was aged 17 when she died, killed in the bombing. She was the only daughter of 4 siblings. Her mother, Mary, died last year, but her son, Cathal, recorded Mary's thoughts about her only daughter. Mary speaks of a wonderful personality, kind with an independence of thought. Brenda was a talented Gaelic footballer, and since her death, a junior championship cup has been named in her honour. A tournament is also run in her memory, the Brenda Logue Tournament. One of Mary's grandchildren, who is also named Brenda, lifted the cup as captain, and the team then took the cup to her graveside. Sadly, Mary was too ill to attend, but it's clear that that was nonetheless a moment of pride for her. Mary speaks of the terrible loss that Brenda's death has caused. Jolene Marlowe was also 17 when she was killed. She was the eldest of 5, 2 girls and 3 boys. Jolene was an academically gifted child. She was also a highly talented athlete and a role model. She undoubtedly had a bright future ahead of her. Jolene's family observe, while Jolene achieved so much in her short life, she was denied the chance to accomplish her life's full potential. Anne McComb was aged 48 when she died. As we've explained already, she was working with her friend Geraldine Breslin at Waterson's Drapers on the 15th of August. Anne was married to Stanley McComb, and they had 2 sons, Clive and Colin. Anne and Stanley had celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary shortly before the bombing. Her family speak of a woman of great warmth and kindness. Her son recalls that she lived her life by this statement: "If you can be anything, be kind." Stanley, her husband, says this: "This public inquiry is bigger and more important than any single person. It's about doing the right thing, about standing up for the victims whose lives were changed forever in the deadliest bombing throughout the Troubles. It's about making sure that something as barbaric and heinous as the Omagh bomb is not allowed to happen again." Brian McCrory was 54 years of age when killed in Omagh on the 15th of August. He had worked in the fire service before joining the family business, driving a crane that he called Crafty Catherine. He was a father of three, Louise, Colin and Brian, and his family call him their gentle giant. They speak of his great kindness and many other great qualities, and express the view that they were lucky to have shared their lives with someone so special. And their witness statement speaks powerfully of the loss that his death has caused. Samantha McFarland was aged 17 at the date of her death. She was one of three children and lived in Omagh, having been a pupil at Omagh High School. She was studying for her A-levels at college and was due to be a bridesmaid at the wedding of her brother the month after the Omagh bombing. People spoke of her kindness. On the day of the attack, she was working in the Oxfam shop alongside her best friend, Lorraine Wilson. Both young women were evacuated and both died. At Samantha's funeral, there was insufficient room within the church for all who wished to attend. The loss of a life of great promise was remembered, and in our process will be remembered again. Sean McGrath was born in Omagh in 1936, one of 5 siblings. He was aged 61 when he was killed. Sean married his sweetheart, Nuala, in 1961, and they had 4 children together. He was a successful businessman, always caring of his staff in his various enterprises. His family record that no one had a bad word to say about him. His daughter, Nolene, describes Sean as the best of men. And his son, Connor, says this. This process, and he's talking about the inquiry, has been difficult to confront, but necessary to tell you about the father I knew. Always positive, faithful, hard-working, warm-hearted, and very much missed by all who knew him well. In memory of Sean and all the other innocent victims, we respectfully ask for the truth to be made public after all the early promises, consequent delays, and long fight for justice. We are tired, he adds, of the constant deflection. Omagh deserves answers. Alan Radford was aged 16 when he died. He was a pupil at Omagh High School and was one of 5 siblings. Alan's sister Claire speaks of his, as she puts it, endless love and compassion for all. He wanted the world to be a better place. Alan's schoolteacher, Carol Porter, who in fact was in Omagh on the day of the attack, describes Alan as an amazing young man who will always live in her mind. A friend describes him simply as a kind soul, and people speak of the positive difference that Alan made to the lives of others. On the 15th of August, Alan had travelled into Omagh to help his mother with the weekly shop. In their statements, the family describe a loss that is immeasurable. Elizabeth Rush was aged 57 at the date of her death. She was known as Libby and had had a shop on Market Street here in Omagh for 27 years. She was well known to be a good listener, and people would call into the shop seeking her advice. Like many witnesses, Libby's children, Siobhan, Anthony and Andrew, speak in their statement of the hope that had existed on the 15th of August. And they say this: in 1998, politicians from Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland and Britain negotiated the terms of a peace agreement in response to the will of the people in the north and south of Ireland. The majority on both sides of division voted for peace and reconciliation. We looked forward to this new chapter in our nation and in our own personal family history. This, a transitional period in all our lives, was filled with hope and anticipation, yet we were cautious. Libby's children speak movingly of how that hope was destroyed for them. Their father, Lawrence, had met Libby when they were both 14, and later they made their lives together, marrying at 19. Their children have provided the inquiry with poems written by their father in the period after Libby's death, in which he speaks of his enduring love for his wife. A painting by Lawrence Rush of a lighthouse hangs in the headquarters of the Wave Trauma Centre, Wave having done much to support the work of the inquiry and continues to do so. Vida Short was aged 56 when she was killed on the 15th of August. She was one of 8 siblings and the mother of 4, and is described by her children as very family-orientated. She worked as a head of department at Waterson's Drapers, to which we've referred a number of times already. She was active within the church and never had a bad word to say about anyone. The day before the attack, Vida's daughter, Elaine, had given birth to her fourth child, a son called Lee. Vida had the opportunity to meet and hold Lee before her death. She was the centre of her family, and the fact that she's missed many important family events only adds to the enormous loss that her children and other relatives feel. Philomena Skelton was known as Mina by her family. She was aged 39 when murdered on the 15th of August. That day she had gone into Omagh to get everything ready for her children's return to school uniform and the like. Her husband Kevin was with her, along with their children. Kevin was going to the travel agents. They did some shopping together, and Kevin then wandered into a knick-knack shop, as he describes it. The bomb went off whilst he was in there, and in the immediate aftermath, Kevin discovered the body of his wife. He speaks lovingly of his wife and the impact of her loss. Frederick White was killed in the attack, along with his son, Brian White. Fred, as he was known, was aged 60 and Brian 27. Fred and his wife Edith and Brian were only just back from their holidays that day in August. Fred and Brian popped into Omagh, where they were killed. For years, Edith simply could not accept that they were gone. She speaks of her enduring loss, and she speaks also of her hopes for this inquiry. She ends her statement in this way: I have felt a lot of anger over the years because of the delay and failure to get answers. I do not know how anyone could plant a bomb knowing that it would kill innocent people. I'm lost without my husband and son. I can still picture Brian on the day of the bomb and telling me he would be back in a while. Fred was my rock, and I loved him dearly. Linda White is the daughter of Fred and Edith and the sister of Brian. She speaks of her fond memories of both of those she lost in the attack. Like so many others, she refers to the fact that 1998 was meant to be a time of hope, the bringing about of a new Northern Ireland. Lorraine Wilson was aged 15 at the date of her death. Her mum and dad were Anne and Godfrey, and she had a sister and 2 brothers. Her family describe how Lorraine laughed and smiled all the time, and we will see that in photographs of her during the course of the hearings. She loved hockey and horse riding and had a strong sense of her own future. And what emerges so clearly from what her family say is Lorraine's kindness. On the day of the bombing, she was working in the Oxfam shop alongside her friend Samantha McFarland. As we've said, both were killed. We have, we believe, now introduced the evidence that will be given about each of those who were killed in the Omagh bombing. A record of terrible loss. As we hope we've made plain, what we've said was intended to be no more than an introduction. We know that the witnesses will go on to say that what they go on to say will be both more detailed and even more important. What those witnesses have said in the documents they have provided is profound. And providing it has taken courage. We turn next to provide a summary of themes which emerge from the personal statements given by some of the survivors of the attack and those who responded to it. Those who have provided such statements have shown a commitment to this process which the inquiry respects and admires. Each statement sets out with moving dignity the personal consequences of the atrocity, and each is a direct response to the inquiry's open invitation to all of those affected to share with us and through us, the wider world, the terrible consequences endured by so many. The enormity of the impact of the bombing on people's lives is strikingly described by one person who in August 1998 was 13 years old. In their personal statement, the witness records the following. My life, they say, has been divided into a time of living before and after the Omagh bombing. It was the end of childhood and the final loss of innocence for me. In a similar vein, another witness begins his personal statement with 5 powerful words. He writes simply, "The day my life changed." A third witness begins his statement in this way. That afternoon sparked a life-changing chain of events that have altered and changed every aspect of my life. And the sense that nothing would ever be the same again, of irrevocable change, pervades many of the accounts the inquiry has received. The importance of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement features in the accounts that we've received from survivors, just as it features in the accounts of some of the families of those who died. And those accounts from survivors provide further support for the sense that long overdue change had finally arrived. One witness captures the feelings of many when she says this: "The summer of 1998 held so much promise. After years of seeking a political peace process, it had come good and presented civic society with an agreement that gave structure to a democratic option to build a shared society and subsequently a shared future." Another witness, who was 19 years old at the date of the bombing, describes his feelings about that time. "For me, we were not the normal generation. I always felt we didn't get involved in all the politics beset to this country. We were lucky that we were the generation where the idea of being Catholic and Protestants did not matter." During August of 1998, there was held a week-long community festival throughout the Omagh district. Saturday, the 15th of August, was the festival finale, which was to include a carnival procession through the town centre. The floats were to start from Grange Park, about 10 minutes walk north of here, and not far from the Silver Birch Hotel, known to all of us in this room. The pen portrait and survivor evidence reveals that the community festival was not the only reason that some were in town that day. Those other reasons for people being there were and are typical for a Saturday across Northern Ireland and indeed across many other communities around the world. Some were there to work in the stores and cafes. Others were there to shop or to meet friends or partners. There was at least one group in the town planning to celebrate a birthday. People had gone to buy school uniform for the term ahead. And, as we've explained, one couple was there to buy shoes for a niece who was to be a flower girl at their wedding, an event that was planned to take place the following Saturday. And that flower girl was Breda Devine, to whom we've referred already. Something which stands out in a number of people's memories is the weather, which aligned well with the sense of optimism and positivity felt by many, to which we've referred. The sun was shining, and in all, the day was ideal for a summer carnival in Omagh, writes one person. Another begins his personal statement with, "It was a lovely day. There was a calming quietness to the day." A third says, "I remember there was a great atmosphere in Omagh that day, mainly because of the fabulous weather, and there were many people in the town that day." A fourth records, "The weather was good, everything was good out in the street, and everyone was happy and joyful." And a fifth remembers, "The day had begun perfect. I vividly remember the weather being beautiful as the sun was out and having fun with my friends." But, as everyone in this room knows, and everyone watching online knows, there came a time, following the receipt of what have been described as the bomb warnings, that police began to move people away from the courthouse, and with terrible consequences and unintended ones, towards where the bomb had been left. Many of those from whom we'll hear speak about becoming aware of the threat of a bomb. Some felt no sense of urgency or fear as people moved as directed. For many, there was a weary familiarity with a bomb threat, and for some, there was a scepticism that anything would come of it, particularly given the belief that Northern Ireland had entered a new and peaceful period. By contrast, the reaction of some of those present was that this time it felt different, and some described feeling uneasy. In the evidence that will be heard, there are several descriptions of the very moment of the detonation. It's described by those who experienced it as an almighty force or an immense force. One witness says there was a flash and immense heat. Another experienced it as a powerful electric shock going through my body. One person says the blast of the bomb was so powerful that it made my whole body go limp and propelled me backwards out of my shoes that were left on the roadside as I was forced several feet backwards. Another, who was 8 at the time, said it felt like gravity had ceased to exist. One of those, who was 14 years old and in Omagh as part of the Spanish-Irish exchange group, movingly recalls, all I remember is that I had woken up and all of a sudden it had gone from being a beautiful sunny day to the darkest day ever. In terms of the immediate aftermath of the bombing, 2 clear themes emerge from the personal statements. The first is the devastation and carnage caused by the bomb. Phrases such as just terrible, mayhem, horrendous, unfolding chaos, and pandemonium are used. People recall the harrowing sounds, the smells, and a feeling of helplessness and terror. And more than one witness from whom we will hear describes it as being like a war scene or a war zone. The destructive power of the bomb was enormous, and its effects became apparent in the immediate aftermath. Water mains and power lines were severed. Alarms were sounding, debris, rubble, glass and dust was scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with smoke. There was a crater. All of this and more is spoken about by those who were there. And of course, horrifically, there were people, so many people, who were knocked down or thrown from their feet by the explosion, injured, some terribly, and worse still, so many who had been killed. Giving a sense of confusion immediately after the explosion, one witness, who was a child at the time, says, "It's a shocking thing to see adults around you reduced to childlike figures as we all struggled to comprehend what had happened." The second theme to emerge from the accounts that the inquiry has received is the extraordinary tale by those who were helped and by those who offered help. Stories of personal courage, compassion, and kindness will be heard during the commemorative and personal statement hearings. Some of those who offered aid were themselves physically injured, and there is gratitude expressed in the statements to those rescuers and for those who treated the affected in hospital. We will not attempt to capture in these opening remarks the devastating injuries caused by the bomb. We'll hear in the words of each witness who has chosen to give testimony about the injuries inflicted on them by the blast. Of those who survived, some were, mercifully, minimally injured from a physical point of view. At the other end of the spectrum, there were some for whom death was expected, but who, as one person puts it, beat the odds given to them. Many suffered broken bones, damaged organs and lost limbs. Many endured horrific burns, damage to their sight and their hearing. The scale and severity of the physical injuries caused to those who survived is shocking. And it's of vital importance that those who wish to share their experience of this are heard, just as it's vital that we hear from those whose loved ones were killed in the attack. We will also hear from people who went to help. Some were members of the emergency services, others were members of the public, motivated in those terrible and critical moments immediately after the explosion only to help their fellow human beings. As we've said, some of them were injured themselves. In those seconds, minutes and hours afterwards, there were very many occasions, as we have read in the statements, of the finest, bravest and most selfless acts on the part of those involved in the rescue, evacuation and care. The threat of a secondary device, that is to say a second bomb aimed at killing emergency responders and others, was known and real. Despite this, people went to help those who needed it most. As we know, there were many people who tragically were beyond saving. But lives were saved that day by members of and visitors to this community who were prepared to risk themselves to help others. So, just as that day had shown the worst of humanity, so it showed some of the best. The enduring impact on those who survived and those who responded is laid bare across the breadth of personal statements which have been courageously submitted. And the inquiry is very grateful for the willingness to share deeply personal matters so that all those who were not there can better understand the terrible consequences to individual people. We will hear accounts from people who, as time passed, had to relearn physical movements and who had to endure multiple surgeries or other medical interventions over many years. We'll hear from people whose relationships were irretrievably damaged and children whose education was severely disrupted. We'll hear from people whose careers were brought short and from those whose dreams were shattered. Over and above overtly physical injuries, so many people recount the mental impact, which developed as their bodies began to heal. Depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, flashbacks, sleeplessness, nightmares, loneliness, a sense of humiliation and panic attacks, all emanating from the extraordinary trauma of having been caught up in the bombing, its effect, and the aftermath. Some sought to cope by engaging in destructive and risk-taking behaviour. And overall, the scale of the suffering by those who survived, let alone those who survived the dead, is immense. And these effects are, it's plain from the material we have received, lasting. Many are re-traumatised by seeing or hearing about other catastrophes around the world. Some continue to experience hypervigilance and a fear of crowded places or loud noises. For some, it has only recently been possible to access desperately needed psychological support. There was also a wider impact, including on the town. One of those who was working in a shop on the 15th of August says, "That day changed the whole layout of the street. I lost so many friends and colleagues who never came back to work on the street again." And all of that, so it seems to us, the inquiry legal team, explains why these commemorative and personal statement hearings must hear from those who lost a loved one, but also from those who have survived. So finally, we would wish to say this. Many of those who have submitted a personal statement, in common with the bereaved families, conclude their statements with references to this inquiry, stressing the importance of getting answers for them, for their loved ones and for the wider community. They hope that the inquiry can give them those answers. And what we say about those understandable comments is this. This hearing, over the coming weeks, and upon which we are now embarking, forms a crucial part of the inquiry's unwavering commitment to provide those answers. We will listen, we will hear, and we will understand. And when we come to the questions the inquiry is charged with answering, we will get to the truth. We consider it appropriate to end these remarks with what is said by one of those who provided the inquiry with a personal statement. In what he says, he captures something of the warmth of this community here in Omagh and of the importance of peace and of hope. And the witness says this: "The aftermath of that day brought the people in Omagh together. Even now, the friendships I have are the same friendships I had back then. That day will be part of my life forever. I was lucky to survive, but the strength of the Omagh community and the wider public is a testament that I was part of a new generation. A generation that would not be deterred by terrorists and dragged back into the past. A generation that would look to the future. It is that part of the story that I will build on to create a better future for my children." And so that is what we wish to say by opening remarks for this vitally important, commemorative and personal statement hearings. May we suggest at this stage that we take a short break of no more than 10 minutes, and then we will hear the first pen portrait.
Thank you, Mr. Greenie. I'm most grateful to you for providing such an informative and deeply moving introduction to the work which this inquiry has been entrusted with. As you suggest, we'll now break briefly before hearing the first of the evidence.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Mr Greene, how would you like to begin?
So, thank you. The gentleman at the witness table is Michael Donaghy of Campbell and Hawhey Solicitors, and he acts on behalf of the family of Fernando Blasco Baselga. And Mr Donaghy is going to read the pen portrait relating to that young boy.
Thank you, Mr Donaghy.
I'm making this statement on behalf of the family to commemorate the life of Fernando Blasco Baselga. Fernando was 12 years old at the time of his death. He was a schoolboy from Madrid, Spain, where he lived with his family, including his 6 brothers and sisters. He was a good, happy and generous child. He got along well with everyone. At home, he made the relationships between everyone easy. He had friends at school, in the neighbourhood and in his group of mountaineers, with whom and where he carried out activities that made him grow as a person and as a Christian. When in his catechism group and asked what was important to him, his response was to reach heaven, pointing with an arrow upwards toward the word God. That's what he wanted for his future. He didn't consider anything else. Fernando liked handball and played on the school team. He also liked to eat and enjoyed mealtimes a lot. His favourite dish was rice salad, and his family would playfully tease him about his choice. He was in the Republic of Ireland taking part in an exchange trip with children from Buncrana, Donegal. It was the second time Fernando had taken part in an exchange programme, and it was the second visit to Buncrana. On the 15th of August, Fernando was part of a day trip from Buncrana with 31 Spanish children and 10 local school children who were taking part in an organised activity as part of the exchange trip. The trip had already visited the Ulster American Folk Park and was in Omagh town centre to do some shopping before heading back to Buncrana. The children on the trip were gathered in the town centre, waiting for the area to be declared safe at the time of the explosion. Fernando was given a full military escort home to Madrid, where his funeral took place in a private chapel in southwest Madrid.
Thank you, Mr Donaghy. Would you be kind enough to convey my sincere gratitude to Fernando's family for allowing us to hear of his life and of the love and friendship which he shared with others? Mr Greene.
So, thank you. The next pen portrait will be the pen portrait of Rocio Abad Ramos, and her sister Paloma is here in order to provide that pen portrait. There are some arrangements to put in place before that can be started, because the evidence will have to be given via the interpreter. And so can we suggest that it's appropriate to take our lunch break at this stage a little early, but nonetheless return at 2 p.m, please?
Of course. Mr. Greenie.
Thank you, sir. As I indicated before lunch, we're now going to hear from Paloma Abad-Ramos about her sister, Rocio. Are you the sister of Rocio Abad-Ramos?
Sí, lo soy.
Yes, I am.
Who was one of those killed in the Omagh bombing?
Correcto.
Correct.
And are you going to be telling us about your beloved sister?
Me gustaría, sí.
I'd like to, yes.
Now, before we start, can I be clear that if you become upset at any stage, that's absolutely fine. But if at any stage you want a break, you only need to say.
Okay, thank you.
Now, what I'm going to do is to ask that Amanda, who is behind me, put a photograph of Rocio on the screen
Perfect.
so that we all know who you're talking about. And we'll just leave that there for 10 seconds. And I think we can take that down now, thank you. Was Rocio born in June of 1975?
Sí.
Yes.
Nació en Madrid. Ujú.
So that she was 23 years of age when she died.
Sí.
Yes, that's right.
And was she one of 3 sisters?
Correcto, sí.
That's correct, yeah.
So you, obviously, but also another sister, Anna.
Sí, mi hermana mayor es Ana. Yo soy la mediana, o era la mediana, y Rocío era la pequeña. Y ahora yo soy la pequeña. Ya no soy mediana. A mi hermana Rocío la llamábamos la Peque, que significa pequeña. Y
Anna was the eldest sister, then I would come in between, and then Rocío at that time. Now I am the youngest, of course. We used to call Rocío Peque, that means pequeña, because she was the youngest.
And together with your mother and father, were you a very happy family of 5?
sí, creo que sí.
Yes.
O sea, sí.
I would say so, yeah.
And you told us that you had a nickname in your family for Rocio, which was Peque.
Sí, cariñosamente, la gente más cercana a Rocío la llamaban Peque, porque significa pequeña. Se lo llamaban así en la facultad, en la iglesia a la que iba, y sus amigas también de fútbol, y nosotros en casa.
Yes, it was a term of endearment that the closest people used to call Rocío Peque. It was normally the name she received at faculty, at the university, at church, also called like that by the football mates or teammates.
Now, I think it wasn't just a family of 5, because your mother and father also had brothers and sisters.
Sí, por parte de mi padre, o sea, mi abuela, la madre de mi padre, eran 18 hermanos. Y por parte de mi madre eran 4 hermanos. Entonces, nosotras nos hemos criado siempre en un entorno familiar muy grande, con muchos tíos y muchos primos.
Yes, on the family of my father, my grandmother had 18 children, so they were 18 siblings. On the family of my mother, there were 4 siblings, but that gives you an idea that our family environment was always with a lot of family members.
And does that mean that you had some big family gatherings?
Sí, sí. Por ejemplo, normalmente en Navidades nosotros nos reuníamos en casa de mi abuela, donde eran los 18, y era muy divertido. Nos juntábamos casi 36 personas, cantábamos villancicos, comíamos juntos, bueno, y por parte de mi madre solíamos ir a una casa que tenían a las afueras de la ciudad en verano.
Yes, in fact, for example, in Christmas we would go to my grandmother's, my father's grandmother, my father's mother, so the grandmother on the father's side, house, the 18 siblings plus us, so we would be something like 36 members of a family being there, enjoying ourselves in Christmas, singing Christmas carols. And then also on the other side, I mean my mother's side, they bought a house for summer, a summer house, so we would spend many summers there as well.
At the large family gatherings, was Rocio a shy kind of person or outgoing?
No, tímida, nada. No era nada tímida. Bueno, ella era un poco tímida, pero no, ella era una persona muy extrovertida, muy alegre y de hecho era de las primeras que hacía bromas cuando llegábamos.
No, she wasn't shy at all. She was very outgoing. In fact, I would call her extroverted, really, because this is the way she behaved. She would always be laughing and the first one to make a joke whenever it was the occasion raised. Yeah.
And did the family regard her as a very special kind of person?
Sí, desde pequeña siempre, no sé cómo decirlo, siempre hay como personas que son especiales desde que son pequeñas. Esta mañana lo he escuchado en varios de los relatos que has comentado y creo que Rocío encaja también en esa descripción. Hacía cosas, decía, sentía y hacía cosas que la hacían especial desde muy pequeña y mi madre siempre lo comentaba.
Yes, since she was a child, she was a very special person. I think there are some people that are in general special since the moment they are born, and you sort of commented on this during your presentation in the morning or your introductory words. And as you said, she was felt as somebody special, and that's something that my mother used to say, in fact.
Was she someone who was mature from a young age?
Sí, desde bien pequeña. Bueno, también era bastante divertida, o sea, pero la forma que tenía de entender el mundo se podría decir que era bastante madura para su edad. Tenía la habilidad de poder ver más allá de lo que estaba pasando, de lo que estaban diciendo.
Yes, she was very mature. She was fun as well, but since she was very young, she proved understanding the world as it is, so seeing beyond things, so a very mature standpoint from the beginning.
And was she a person who took pleasure in helping other people?
Sí, ella pertenecía a un grupo de jóvenes que estaban en una iglesia cerca de mi casa, de donde viven mis padres, y a través de ese grupo ayudaban a mucha gente. Una de las cosas que hizo, que hemos resaltado en el testimonio, en una ocasión mi hermana mayor y ella fueron a jugar a la cárcel de mujeres un partido de fútbol, porque Rocío jugaba al fútbol, y era una cárcel de mujeres donde tenían hijos y la visita, lo que le suponía a las presas que estaban dentro era espectacular. Y en otra ocasión fue a hacer el Camino de Santiago con un grupo de gente vulnerable, bueno, que eran expresidiarios y prostitutas, y fue una experiencia magnífica para ella.
Yes, she belonged to a group of people, young people, that was very close to church. She used to help people. And one anecdote that I could share with you that appears in my statement is that, well, she used to play football, and she would go once to play a football match at a women's prison, women that were having children or some were pregnant, and just to help them. And also another anecdote is that she would do the Camino de Santiago, so the Saint-Jacques, the pilgrimage way, Santiago, with vulnerable people, specifically ex-inmates and prostitutes.
And I think when the football match was played in the Madrid women's prison, that Rocio had taken your sister Anna with her.
También cuando se celebró este partido en la prisión se llevó a Ana, ¿no?
Sí, 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 es correcto. Era la primera vez que mi hermana mayor iba a un lugar como ese. Mi hermana Ana nos expresó que tuvo como, le impactó mucho el sitio y Rocío la acompañó para que esa experiencia fuera superhumana.
Yes, that's correct. That was the first time my eldest sister Anna would go to such a place, and she felt very impacted, deeply impacted by the experience. And Rocío wanted to be with her so that this experience would turn more human to her.
And the examples you've given, do they show that Rocio was a person who saw people for what they were and didn't judge them?
Por la experiencia que tienes, ¿crees que ella veía a las personas como eran sin juzgarlas?
Sí, así era ella, sí. Primero veía, ella solo veía a las personas y después veía las etiquetas, pero primero las personas.
She was like that, yes. She tended to see people first and then the labels, but then the first thing was the person.
So thank you for introducing us to Rocio.
Gracias por hablarnos de Rocío y presentárnosla.
And I'm next going to ask you about some specific times in her life
Te voy a hacer preguntas sobre momentos específicos de su vida
and some specific things that she did.
y cosas concretas que hizo.
And first of all, I'm going to ask you about her trips to Ireland and her connection with Ireland.
Sus viajes a Irlanda y la conexión que tenía con Irlanda.
And when was it, Paloma, that Rocio first went to Ireland?
¿Cuándo fue que vino a Irlanda por primera vez, Rocío?
En el año 1989, nuestros padres nos animaban siempre a que explorásemos y que intentáramos aprender inglés. Y en este primer viaje, Rocío se alojó en una casa, la casa de los padres de Catriona Doherty. Y ese fue el viaje inaugural que tuvo Rocío, porque luego tuvo 5 años consecutivos viniendo todos los veranos. Es una de las experiencias más bonitas que le pasó en su vida.
In 1989, that was the first time she visited Ireland. Our parents would encourage us to learn English. And on that occasion, she stayed at Catriona Doherty's home in Buncrana. That was the first trip, and then she repeated for 5 consecutive trips. I will continue.
Una de las cosas que más le despertó como su curiosidad fue la música de Phil Collins. El hermano mayor de Catriona en ese momento era el disc jockey de una discoteca en Buncrana y él le enseñó a amar esta música.
She was very curious at that time about the music by Phil Collins.
Yes.
In fact, Catriona's eldest brother was at that time DJ at a local disco, and he introduced her to this music, to great enjoyment by her.
And you're going to tell us more about Katrina Doherty in due course, but you and your family have become very close to her.
Nos vas a hablar más de Catriona, pero sabemos que sois muy cercanas, ¿no? Tu familia y tú.
Sí.
And do you remember that when Rocio first went to Ireland, she wasn't that keen on the food?
No le gustaba mucho la comida en esa primera vez que vino, ¿no?
No le gustaba mucho, ¿no? Decía que tenía mucha mantequilla y que le daban siempre guisantes. Pero con el tiempo, bueno, no solo le gustó, sino que la adoraba. Y luego hacían intercambios. Rocío les intentaba hacer tortillas de patata, aunque le salía súper mal. Acabó amando la gastronomía irlandesa.
No, that you're right. Because she would say in the beginning, on that first trip, she would say, "Oh well, I see butter everywhere, peas everywhere, so she was a bit tired of that, but then over time she learned not only to like it, but she really, really loved the Irish cooking, Irish cuisine. And in fact, she would exchange recipes and even preparations. I remember she would prepare a Spanish omelette, that is the potato omelette, to the Doherty family. And in fact, in the end, she loved Irish food more than Spanish food.
And did Rocio take time to learn about Ireland, the Irish way of life and the Irish culture?
Sí, Rocío era una chica que se cuestionaba muchas cosas de la vida y de todo. Y ella intentó conocer más sobre todo lo que le rodeaba, ¿no? La cultura, el idioma, la religión y la política. Para ella era una niña que la primera vez que vino debía de tener 19 años. Nunca había salido de España, era su primera vez. Y ella se encontró que vivió una experiencia como en un país en el que estaba Irlanda y al lado estaba Irlanda del Norte y tenían dos monedas y hablaban muy parecido, pero tenían formas de medir distintas, pues no sé, los zapatos, las tallas, eran como dos países en uno y ella le despertó una gran curiosidad tener conocimiento sobre la historia de Irlanda y de Irlanda del Norte.
Yes, in fact, she used to question many things in life, and she tried to know more about culture, history, religion, politics, etc. She was 19 years the first time she came here, and she had never left Spain before. And therefore, when she came here, she learned a lot about Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. She saw that despite both being in the same island and sharing land, well, there were different ways to measure things. There were different measurements of everything, practically, not only the size of shoes, but many things. And she, therefore, was drawn to this culture, and she was very curious about it. I forgot to say, to translate, that she was not good at cooking omelettes, Spanish omelette. I forgot to say this.
And did Rocio come to love Ireland and the people that she met in Ireland?
Sí, de hecho tiene una familia aquí, que es la familia de Catriona. Sí, ella amaba a Irlanda y a los irlandeses.
Yes, in fact, she had a family here, Catriona Doherty's family. She loved Irish and the culture and the countries, yeah.
So, Paloma, I'm going to come back to Ireland again later. But next I'd like to ask you about Rocio and her involvement in sport.
Okay.
So if you're following this in your witness statement, I'm at the bottom of page 2 of the witness statement. Yes. And from a very young age, was Rocio a very keen sports person? Did she start out as a gymnast?
Empezó como gimnasta, ¿no?
Bueno, más que como gimnasta, empezó a hacer gimnasia. Sí, no me acuerdo, quizás con 8 años empezó haciendo gimnasia deportiva, pero no era gimnasta, quiero decir que era como una actividad extraescolar. Y luego fue cuando pasó al atletismo. Y en el atletismo sí que alcanzó uno de los mayores logros, porque llegó a ser campeona de España de salto de longitud cuando tenía 18 años, después de 2 años súper intensos de entrenamiento.
Well, she might have been 8 when she started with gymnastics, but I would not say she was a gymnast. She excelled at athleticism. Gymnastics was only some extra school hours activity, but later on she preferred athleticism, and well, she excelled there because she was a champion at length leap. Could that be? Long jump. Long jump, thank you. For 2 consecutive years.
Yes. So she became the Spanish long jump champion when she was aged 18.
Sí. Yes, that's it.
But as well as being excellent at sport, was Rocio also a committed student?
Tenía suerte porque era inteligente, entonces enseguida se le quedaba todo. No estudiaba mucho, pero aprobaba y con buenas notas.
She was lucky because she was very smart. She was not the typical student that is always studying for hours. No, she was very lucky because of her intelligence. She could even have very good marks without studying a lot.
And did Rocio always get very high grades?
Sí.
Yes.
Durante el instituto.
At high school, I would say middle school, let's say.
And when she was 17, did Rocio graduate with honours, a very high grade?
Sí, exacto. Cuando ella terminó los estudios secundarios, que tenía 17 años, sacó tan buenas notas que sacó la máxima nota que hay en España, que se dice matrícula de honor. Esto le permitía a ella entrar en una universidad pública de manera gratuita. No pagaba matrícula y no pagaba asignaturas.
Yes, when she was 17, she finished her secondary school with such high grades that allowed her to apply for a scholarship, and she got it, and she didn't have to pay for the subjects or the registration or anything to study at university.
And what did Rocio go on to study at university?
Al principio, bueno, ella quería haber estudiado, no, a ella le hubiera gustado estudiar fisioterapia, pero finalmente estudió ciencias biológicas, que era otra facultad que también le gustaba mucho. No estudió, o sea, se decidió finalmente por biología, porque era una universidad pública, como les comentaba, y entonces mis padres no tendrían que pagar la matrícula. Sin embargo, si hubiera querido estudiar fisioterapia, tenía que haber entrado en una universidad privada. Mis padres le ofrecieron pagársela y ella lo rechazó.
She would have liked to study physiotherapy. Instead, she studied biology because she liked it too. But I'm going to tell you why this change. As I was saying, her high grades allowed her to study for free at a public university where biology was being taught. However, to study physiology, she would have had to go to a private university where the scholarship wouldn't have been possible. My parents offered her to pay for her studies and go and study physiotherapy, but she rejected this idea and she said, no, I want to study biology for free.
During her time at university, did Rocio apply herself very hard to her studies?
Sí, en esta época ya sí que le tocó estudiar, ahora ya sí. Y decidió, o sea, ella se dio cuenta que no podía hacer deporte al mismo nivel que estudiaba. Entonces decidió dejar de hacer deporte en un nivel profesional. Y se centró en los estudios para sacar la carrera de biología. Mientras tanto jugaba al fútbol en la universidad.
At this time, she had to study hard, indeed, and after a while, she saw that she could not really combine her very committed studies with her very committed athleticism. So she decided to quit or to reduce a lot her commitment to athleticism. She continued playing football, that yes, but she definitely placed a bet for her biology studies, and she decided to focus on that.
But I think it's the position that we shouldn't imagine that Rocio only worked because she loved to dance and have fun with her friends.
Pero no solamente estudiaba, sino que también
Sí.
bailaba y se divertía.
Ella, sí, of course. Ella era muy divertida, le gustaba mucho la gente, la música, la fiesta y sí, y tenía 19 años, o sea, quiero decir que es lo que tocaba.
No, she was very fun. Her nature was very fun, and she liked enjoying herself, enjoying some free time with her friends. After all, she was 19. I mean, that was what is normal at her age, no?
And do you remember whether she told you what she wanted to do if she got married?
Sí, but I don't know if it's right here. I don't. Bueno, Rocío y yo nos llevamos muy bien y ella me decía que para ella, cuando se celebraban las bodas, la gente iba disfrazada porque se ponían muy guapos, muy elegantes, con vestidos largos, pero que la gente realmente no era así, ¿no? Entonces ella me dijo que cuando ella se casara iba a hacer una fiesta de disfraces en su boda, porque si ella se ponía un vestido de novia, el resto de los invitados también tendrían que ir disfrazados. Era una broma entre nosotras.
Rocío and I used to have a very good relationship, and she would say that at weddings people used to use fancy dresses because they used very uptight, dresses and long skirts, etc. And she said, "Oh well, that seems to me like a fancy costume, fancy dress." And she would say, whenever I marry, I would like to just dress as a normal day, because otherwise I'll have to ask my guests to go in disguise. I mean, with fancy dresses.
Now, in the summer that she died, had Rocio just finished her degree?
Sí, justamente ese año terminó la carrera. No sé, yo no recuerdo bien si le quedaba una asignatura, pero yo creo que la terminó. Ella ya tenía 19 años, o sea, ya tenía 23 años, ella era mayor de edad y como había sido muy buena en el deporte, la organización con la que ella solía venir a Irlanda para hacer el intercambio de estudiantes entre españoles y irlandeses, le propuso que viniera, pero como monitora, que ella se encargaba ese verano de todo lo que tenía que ver con el deporte dentro de ese intercambio, ¿no?
Yeah, precisely that year is the year she finished her studies. Maybe she had a subject still to pass an exam on. I'm not sure about this, but I think I would say she finished her studies. She was 23 years old. And as she was so good at sports, the organization she used to come with for the language exchanges here to Ireland as a student suggested she could come as a team leader or something, like occupying a different position, let's say.
Ella acababa de graduarse en junio. Y
graduated in June.
Sí, y tenía la aspiración de ser profesora, de impartir la asignatura de biología en un colegio.
And she had this aspiration to become a biology teacher, to just teach students at a school, for example, on biology.
And I hope this isn't going to upset you, but what you say in your witness statement is that by 1998, Rocio's life was full of hope.
Sí, era un momento en el que, yo creo que para todos los seres humanos es un cambio vital súper fuerte. Es cuando terminas la época universitaria y vas a comenzar tu época de adulta y tienes tu mente llena de planes, ¿no? de expectativas que quieres vivir.
Yes, I think that for everyone this is a moment where you change your life. I mean, you stop being a student at university and you start your life as an adult, starting to work.
And you've mentioned the trip to Ireland, and that this time Rocio was selected to go back as a team leader on the exchange trip. And was she excited about the trip?
Sí, mucho. Estaba súper emocionada. O sea, le daba un poco de miedo por la responsabilidad que suponía estar al cargo de tantos niños. Y ella era muy despistada. Entonces, la noche anterior recuerdo que estábamos en el cuarto, en mi habitación, y me decía, y no sé dónde voy a guardar esto, no sé dónde... Bueno, tenía como varias dudas, ¿no?, de cómo gestionar esto. Y entonces yo le di un chaleco, una prenda de ropa, que tiene muchos bolsillos, y entonces estuvimos entre las dos decidiendo en cada bolsillo qué era lo que tenía que meter, ¿no? En el bolsillo de la derecha los pasaportes de los niños, en el bolsillo de la izquierda tienes que meter los billetes de avión, de atrás las autorizaciones de los padres, es decir, bueno, la estuvimos intentando tranquilizar y lo que pasó al final es que cuando llegaron al aeropuerto ella tenía que llevar puesta una camiseta con el nombre de la organización para que todos los padres y todos los niños supieran que ella era la monitora. El problema fue que ella se puso el chaleco este encima de la camiseta y entonces nadie sabía que ella era monitora.
She was super excited about this, about the trip, but she was at the same time afraid of the responsibility, or a little afraid at least, because she knew her nature was to usually forget things. She had so much in mind that she would easily forget things, and she was doubtful about how to manage this for the first time being a team leader, etc., and not to forget anything. So I remember the previous night before departing, she would use a vest that I gave her, with many pockets. And I was telling her where to put the passport, the children's passport, or any other documents or whatever in different pockets. The thing is that she had to wear a T-shirt with the name of the organization for easy identification at the airport, by the parents, of course, the children's parents, and she put the vest, this vest I gave her, on top.
So that no one could see she was a team leader.
De modo que nadie vio que era la monitora.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly.
Pero bueno, lo consiguió, al final lo consiguió.
But in the end, yeah, it was well managed. In the end, they saw her, yes.
And so I'm just going to read a paragraph of your statement to you. And what you say is, our parents had left Rocio at the airport. She was so excited to be going on the trip, and having just finished her studies, she had a world of possibilities ahead of her. As our parents hugged and said goodbye to Rocio, little did they know that was to be the last time that they would see their daughter alive.
Yes, it's correct. Yo, o sea, lo he pensado muchas veces para la gente que vive aquí en Omagh, lo que creo que debe de ser muy difícil es volver a encontrarse y volver a pasear por la calle donde fue el atentado. Porque creo que en ese momento los sentimientos deben de explotar, ¿no? O sea, es como, tengo que pasar por donde ocurrió eso, ¿no? A nosotros nos pasó esto, a mi familia, con el aeropuerto, porque, quiero decir, el aeropuerto fue el último sitio que vimos a mi hermana con vida. Entonces, volver al aeropuerto nos supuso como un súper esfuerzo.
I've thought this many, many times. I've been thinking about people at Omagh, and I was thinking it would be very, very extremely difficult to walk along the streets where the bomb had exploded. Every time you would walk along, you would remember the events. Well, this happened to us at the airport. I mean, the airport was the market street, or the place where in Omagh exploded the bomb, where that was the last place where we saw Rocio alive.
Now, Paloma, I'm going to ask you next about the 15th of August 1998. And are you happy to continue, or would you like a short break?
No, I'm fine.
On the 15th of August, were you and Anna on holidays, but in different places in Spain? And although at that time very few people had mobile phones, did Anna happen to be away with someone who had such a phone?
Yes, yes. Así.
And so did the news that something had happened, was that news passed on to her?
¿Se le comunicó a ella entonces la noticia a través del teléfono este?
Sí, Ana mi hermana mayor, Ana, tiene un amigo que en esa época tenía teléfono móvil. Entonces, a ella la pudieron localizar a través de ese teléfono para que pudiera regresar a Madrid. En ese momento Ana solo sabía que tenía que volver, que había habido un atentado en Irlanda, en Omagh, y poco más, ¿vale? Poco más, que mis padres habían recibido una llamada por la noche a las 3 de la mañana de la organizadora de estos intercambios, de esta empresa de intercambios para estudiantes, y le dijo, o sea, la coordinadora le dijo, la llamó a las 3 de la mañana, mi madre cogió el teléfono y la coordinadora le dijo, Ana, no te asustes, pero ha habido un atentado en Omagh, tu hija no sabemos dónde está, cuando tenga más noticias te llamo. Esto fue a las 3 de la mañana, mis padres esperaron a que amaneciera para poderle dar la noticia a mi hermana. Mi hermana en ese momento estaba en el norte de España, cerca de los Pirineos, y bueno, pues gracias al teléfono pudo volver a casa y comenzaron un viaje de 5 horas que jamás ella va a olvidar en su vida, porque no sabía qué había pasado con su hermana.
Anna, my eldest sister, had a friend who at that time had a mobile phone. She received this call and she only knew that she had to come back, but she didn't know anything else. When the bomb in Omagh took place, my parents received a call. It was more or less 3 a.m. from the organization coordinator through which Rocio had gone to Ireland or had come to Ireland. And the organization, the coordinator, was telling my mother, who's also called Anna, please don't be afraid. We don't know where your daughter is. My parents waited until dawn to give the news to Anna. She was at that time in the Pyrenees enjoying some holidays. And as she didn't know exactly what had happened, because my parents only told her something has happened in Omagh, a bomb, but we don't know where your sister is. Those 5 hours that she took from the Pyrenees to Madrid, back to Madrid, without knowing what had happened with Anna, were the 5 most difficult hours in her life.
Puso la radio del coche. Ella, iban varios amigos en el mismo coche, pusieron la radio y ella siempre recordará que a la altura de una ciudad que hay en España que se llama Zaragoza, fue escuchando la enumeración de las víctimas y de los heridos. En ese momento le quedó claro que la explosión había sido enorme y a medida que seguía su viaje, las noticias iban ganando un nivel de detalle muy fuerte.
When she was coming from the Pyrenees, she was not coming alone. She had friends at the car and in the car, and they turned on the radio. They were listening to the news, and she heard the names of the wounded and the casualties being spoken aloud. And she, even though in the beginning she did not hear the name of Rocío, she could realize the magnitude, how big the dimension of the bombing.
Yes.
El nombre de Rocío se pudo escuchar en la lista de las noticias que daban por la radio y esto para mi hermana fue demoledor. la conmoción y el sentimiento son indescriptibles.
More or less close to Zaragoza, a city in Spain, she was listening to the names of the wounded and the casualties, and she heard suddenly the name of Rocío in the list on the radio.
Llegó destrozada a nuestra casa de Madrid. Algunos de mis familiares ya sabían la noticia y habían ido a casa de mis padres para poder ayudar. Ana consoló a mis padres, que estaban esforzándose en conseguir un billete de avión para ir a Irlanda lo más rápido posible. Pudieron encontrar un vuelo que salía a la mañana siguiente temprano y emprendieron el viaje hacia Omagh para ver a Rocío. Y en ese momento yo también iba hacia casa. O sea, yo estaba de vacaciones y yo volvía a mi casa sin saber nada.
She arrived very distressed in Madrid, to our house in Madrid. Some family members were already there because they had heard the news and they were comforting or trying to comfort my parents, who were also busy trying to get a flight as quick as possible. So in the end, they got a flight that morning. And meanwhile, I was coming back from my holidays without knowing anything about all this.
Can I just ask a question? So Anna discovered that there had been a bomb and set off to travel 5 hours back to Madrid.
Sí.
And on the way, she heard over the radio that Rocío had died.
Sí, correcto. Lo escuchó en la radio, en el coche.
Yes, that's correct. She heard it on the radio in the car.
And I think you have felt very deeply how awful that experience was for Anna.
Ella se acuerda perfectamente el kilómetro de la carretera donde lo escuchó.
She remembers perfectly the specific kilometer of the road when she heard the name of Rocío.
And you, Paloma, were travelling back yourself from your holiday?
¿Y tú volvías también de tus vacaciones? Yes, that's correct.
And when you arrived home, did your sister Anna have to tell you that Rocío had died?
Sí. Yo no tenía un amigo con teléfono. No, y mi cumpleaños es el día 17 de agosto y el día 15 de agosto es mi santo. Entonces yo regresaba de mis vacaciones en esa fecha, el día 16 de agosto, y cuando llegué a mi casa estaba llena de familiares. Y yo pensaba que me iban a hacer una fiesta sorpresa, pero la sorpresa me la llevé yo. Mis padres ya se habían ido a Irlanda y, digamos, fue mi hermana la que me dio la noticia. Ella fue la que en ese momento, ¿cómo decirlo?, asumió el rol de padre.
I didn't have a friend with a mobile phone at that time. So as my birthday was on the 17th that month and my patron saint on the 15th, I was returning, and when I saw the house full of family members, I thought, oh, they are organizing a surprise for me. And well, the surprise, it was me who had the surprise because my parents had gone to Ireland already, and it was Anna who had to assume the role of a mother and inform me about the events.
And I think you and Anna have agreed that that discussion between the two of you was the most terrible moment.
Sí.
Yes.
Ella me lo decía llorando y yo reaccioné riéndome por puros nervios.
She was crying while she was telling me, and I reacted with a burst of laughter because I was so nervous. I couldn't control myself.
No podía pararme de reír
I could not stop laughing
durante 1 hora.
for 1 hour.
Did you yourself travel in the next few days to Belfast?
¿Viajasteis en los pocos días posteriores a Belfast, no?
Sí,
Yes, I did.
And did you travel on a military plane on which there were the families of other Spanish citizens who had lost their lives or been injured?
¿Y viajasteis en un avión militar donde había familia de otros españoles que habían perdido? Correct.
And were you on your own, or was Anna with you as well?
¿Ana iba contigo? ¿O
Sí.
sola?
no, together, Anna and me.
And when you arrived in Belfast,
Cuando llegasteis a Belfast,
and you met a Spanish government official, and
había un oficial español, ¿no? El gobierno español.
in your witness statement you described something that happened, and would you tell us about that, please?
¿Puedes contarnos qué pasó ahí y si le puedes describir a este señor?
Bueno, imaginaros un avión militar que no tiene asientos, que vas sentado en una red y dentro vamos, no sé si 20 personas, que todos éramos o familiares de víctimas o familiares de heridos, de niños heridos, ¿vale? Entonces la situación dentro del avión era muy tenso, era muy triste. Y llegamos a Belfast, a un aeropuerto militar, aterrizamos en un avión militar y nos reciben en una sala el gobierno español junto con el apoyo de personal de Irlanda del Norte, supongo. Nos meten en una sala en la que nos tratan muy bien, nos ofrecen café, té, algunos sándwiches y nos explican que va a venir en aquel momento el agregado cultural de la Embajada Española para informarnos de la situación donde estaban nuestros familiares.
Well, imagine a military plane with no seats, just we were seated on a net with 20 more people, more or less, family members of wounded and victims, you know, of the Omagh bombing. It was a very tense situation. The plane arrived to a military airport. We were received by Spanish staff, officials with, I guess, also officials from Northern Ireland. We were very well treated. We were offered coffee and tea, and then we were told that the cultural attaché was going to come.
En ese momento entró el agregado cultural y él iba leyendo el nombre de los niños españoles y decían en qué hospital estaba, ¿no? Pero se confundía todo el rato. Él decía un nombre y luego lo echaba para atrás. Este está aquí en este hospital, no, está en este, no es este niño, es el otro niño. Total, que en ese momento, bueno, a mi hermana y a mí nos llegó incluso esta pequeña anécdota, nos hizo como sonreír, porque era el sentido del humor que tenía mi hermana Rocío, ¿no? Y fue como un momento que nos ayudó para pasar ese trance. De hecho, a este señor le tenemos puesto un nombre especial y le recordaremos siempre, y luego fue muy amigo de mis padres los años posteriores.
The cultural attaché, he entered and he started reading names out of a list with Spanish names of Spanish children, and he was also trying to liaise them to read the hospitals we could find them. But he kept on making mistakes, mistake after mistake, and re-saying the names, re-reading the list, etc. So this made Anna and I laugh, because it would correspond to Rocio's sense of humor. In fact, we gave him a nickname, and well, this has been a source of laughter for years and years, and in fact, he is a friend of my family right now.
And from there, were you directed to go to Omagh?
De ahí os llevaron a Omagh, ¿no?
Sí.
Yes.
And there did you stay with a local solicitor and his wife.
Yes, that's right.
And did they show you great kindness?
And did they show what? Sorry?
Show you great kindness?
Ah, que eran muy amables con vosotros, ¿no?
Sí, muchísimo.
And whilst you were in Omagh, were you able to see and sense the devastation on the local community?
Estabais en Omagh, pudisteis sentir y ver la gran devastación que había en la comunidad.
Realmente no. O sea, realmente intentaron como protegernos. Mis padres sí que lo pudieron ver porque habían llegado el día anterior. Nosotros, o el recuerdo que yo tengo es sí ver bastantes ambulancias ir y venir. Yo, bueno, lo comentaba cuando preparamos esta intervención, se lo comentaba que a mí me hubiera gustado ir al sitio porque necesitaba ver el sitio donde había explotado la bomba y todo el mundo me recomendó que no lo hiciera y al final no lo vi. No vi, digamos, el 17 de agosto no vi cómo estaba la calle principal de Omagh, no vi cómo estuvimos todo el rato en casa de este matrimonio y después nos trasladaron al sitio donde habían llevado a todas las personas fallecidas.
Not really. They tried to protect us, so we didn't really see it. My parents did see the devastation. They saw this because they had come on the previous day. But the moment we came, as this was more official, let's say, we were sheltered, we were protected. And I kept on saying I needed to go to the place and see where the bomb had exploded. I wanted to go, but they recommended me not to go, definitely not to go. So in the end, on the 17th of August, I didn't see the place. We were taken to where the casualties had been there, waiting for us, let's say, and we headed there directly.
Cada trayecto estaba teñido de tristeza y la conmoción de todas las personas que intentaban ayudar era palpable, así como el sentido de la desolación en la comunidad local. Nos sentimos muy agradecidas por toda la ayuda de tanta gente durante esos días.
Each trip was filled with sadness, with a lot of distress. And in fact, I would like to thank how we were protected and how they were trying to give us some shelter so as not to make us feel so distressed as we were.
Nosotros fuimos a esa casa porque la mujer hablaba un poco español.
In fact, we went to that house because the woman spoke a little Spanish.
To the house of the solicitor?
Yes.
Yes, that one.
Now, I'm going to ask you next about the identification of Rocio's body by your mother and father, and then about the occasion when you saw her yourself.
Es un momento que no se me va a olvidar en mi vida.
That's a moment that I'll never forget in my life.
Llegamos a un sitio, mis recuerdos es que llegamos a un sitio que era como si fuera un polideportivo, había muchísima gente. Nos llevaron directamente a la sala en donde estaba Rocío. Mis padres sí que la habían visto el día anterior y nos dijeron que la habían visto súper guapa. Y nosotros cuando llegamos, cuando la vieron mis padres, mi padre le dio un beso en la frente y estaba delante el embajador de España y nos dijo que nunca había visto como tanto amor en un beso y fue una frase que se nos quedó grabada. ¿Paro y sigo?
Vale, sí. Vale, gracias. My memory is that we arrived to a place like a big sports room. There was a lot of people. My parents had been there on the previous day, and they saw Rocío before us, and they said, "Oh, she was very pretty." My father, in fact, kissed her on the forehead, and in front of him was the ambassador of Spain, and he said, "I've never seen so much love in a kiss."
Al día siguiente volvimos, o sea, que es cuando ya Ana y yo ya habíamos llegado y fuimos los 4, porque el beso mi padre se lo dio en el hospital, no se lo dio en este sitio, ¿vale? La morgue. Entonces ahora los 4 nos llevaron en una furgoneta hacia la morgue y bueno, lo que os voy a contar para mí fue súper impactante. Yo vi a mi hermana tumbada encima de la cama y la veía a la cara. Y entonces quería hacer una oración y la quería coger del pie. Tenía una sábana puesta por encima y yo la quería coger del pie como para hacer una oración junta. Y cuando puse la mano encima vi que estaba vacío, que no había nada, y la sábana estaba vacía. Subí la mano a la rodilla, estaba vacío, estaba vacío, estaba vacío, estaba vacío, hasta que llegué a la cabeza. Entonces en ese momento me di cuenta que mi hermana solo era un trozo de cabeza. No había cuerpo, no había brazos, no había piernas. Me impactó muchísimo. Es lo que, o sea, esa imagen no se me va a olvidar nunca. Y también pensé en ese momento, o sea, y desde aquí aprovecho para agradecer a la persona que la encontró y la recuperó para que nosotros pudiéramos despedirnos de ella. Porque eso, para esa persona, tiene que ser súper fuerte, muy impactante.
On the following day, the 4 of us went to the morgue because I forgot to say that the kiss, my father's kiss on Rocio's forehead, was in the hospital, not in the morgue.
I see.
So we were taken on a van to the morgue, and I saw my sister, Rocio, with a sheet on top. And I had the idea at that moment that I wanted to touch her foot to pray together. Start praying, touching her. And then when I touched, I felt that there was nothing underneath. It was empty. Then I went to look for the knee, the leg. It was empty. Then I went to look for the arm, the body. It was empty. And only when I reached the head did I touch my sister. So there was no arms, no legs, no body, only the head. That impacted me really, really heavily. And I want to take advantage of this opportunity to thank deeply to the person who recovered her head for us, because otherwise we would not have anything from Rocio.
En aquel momento de tristeza absoluta, a Ana y a mí nos sorprendió mucho la expresión tranquila de la cara de Rocío, que denotaba serenidad. No había ningún signo de dolor ni de sufrimiento en ella, sino de paz.
Ana and I, in fact, were shocked by the expression of tranquility on Rocio's face. There was no surprise, there was no grief, there was nothing but tranquility, calm.
And before I carry on, can I ask our translator, Natalia, whether she's happy to carry on or whether a break is needed at this stage?
No, we can carry on. We can
Okay.
carry on. Thank you.
And I'm just going to check with the transcriber as well that is fine. Thank you very much. And did you travel back with Rocio in her coffin to Spain?
Yes.
And was that a military plane?
¿Fue un avión militar también?
Sí, de nuevo fue un avión militar. Hicimos el camino a la inversa, desde el aeropuerto militar de Belfast hasta el aeropuerto militar en Madrid. Era un avión militar, de nuevo no había asientos, solo había redes como los paracaidistas. En la parte de atrás del avión iban el ataúd de Fernando y el de Rocío, y a los lados íbamos sentados los familiares. En este caso iba mi padre, mi madre, mi hermana y yo, y luego iban los padres de Fernando, el padre y la madre, y el abuelo. Bueno, como anécdota, comentaros que en ese avión militar viajaba con nosotros también un médico, por si necesitábamos en algún momento ayuda o por si nos entraba el pánico para podernos calmar. Y espero para...
Yes, yes, it was. I mean, we went back to Madrid from the Belfast military airport to Madrid, to the Madrid military airport on a military plane. Again, there were no seats, but there were nets for the parachuters. And at the rear of the plane, there were the two coffins, I mean, Fernando's and Rocío's. My parents, Ana and I, were on one side, and Fernando's parents and his grandfather were on the opposite side. And there was, on that plane, there was also a doctor to help us in case we needed assistance or we entered into panic or whatever.
And in your statement, you say, during that flight, I remember hugging Rocío's coffin.
Sí. Los ataúdes, como os contaba, estaban en la parte de atrás del avión y en un momento dado yo me levanté y quise sentir, a ver si podía sentir a mi hermana Rocío su energía para despedirme. Y entonces abracé el ataúd y al lado estaba el padre de Fernando y bueno, ellos son católicos, nosotros también somos católicos y en la Biblia, en el Evangelio, hay una parte que es como que resucita a Lázaro, no sé si lo conocéis. Y estuvimos hablando sobre la resurrección y si eso existía y si era de verdad y que por qué en este caso no se hacía. Bueno, fue muy fuerte, muy bonito.
As I said, the coffins were at the rear part of the plane, and at a certain moment I stood up because it came to my mind that I would like to feel Rocío's energy, if possible. So I hugged the coffin, Rocío's coffin. You have to think that we are Catholics. Also, Fernando's family are very Catholics, and the grandfather was in front of me, seeing me doing this. And we started a conversation speaking about Lazarus' resurrection and whether resurrection existed as a fact and why not here, you know.
And was that conversation a very special moment for you?
Yes, of course.
Now, back in Spain, were you met with a military procession and by a display by the Spanish government to mark the severity and devastation of what had happened?
Sí. Cuando el avión aterrizó en Madrid, los medios de comunicación en agosto en España, todo el mundo está de vacaciones. No hay parlamento, no hay bancos, no hay noticias. Entonces, esto en aquel momento era la noticia. Por la importancia política, por el alcance tan grande de destrucción y porque habían sido, sobre todo, niños españoles los que habían fallecido. Entonces, esto trascendió, por supuesto, a los medios de comunicación y cuando llegamos y aterrizó el avión, digamos que tuvieron, yo creo que debieron como honores militares. Los ataúdes iban con las banderas de España por encima, hicieron un pasillo, los soldados ponían sus armas como en puente, disparaban las salvas. Un poco impresionante, la verdad es que sí, sobre todo con el nivel emocional que teníamos nosotros. Todo preparado por el gobierno.
When the plane landed, I have to say first that in August, normally, Madrid is empty because it's very hot, everybody goes on holidays, so it's a dead city, practically. I mean, there is no parliament, the banks at that moment, back in those years, normally banks were closed. there is no news normally. But, of course, this was the news, given the importance, given that it was children, there were children involved, Spanish children especially. So there was a big reception prepared for us with a lot of media coverage. The coffins, for example, were covered with Spanish flags on top. The military were parading and marching, shooting, putting their swords like in a bridge or something, like an angle. And everything had been prepared by the government at that time.
And I think it's the case, Paloma, that the media intrusion in those early weeks made it difficult for you to grieve as a family.
Estábamos en shock. No habían pasado ni 3 días, nos acababan de decir que mi hermana había fallecido en un atentado terrorista en Irlanda, que era como, o sea, ¿qué es esto? Y todo el dolor que teníamos dentro no lo podíamos procesar porque los medios de comunicación todo el rato llamaban, nos avasallaban, nos seguían con las cámaras, nos querían hacer entrevistas. Bueno, no os he contado que cuando salió del aeropuerto militar directamente fue al tanatorio, a uno de los tanatorios que hay en Madrid. Y aquello, cuando llegamos nosotros, parecía la final de la Champions, estaba lleno de periodistas. No encontrábamos ni siquiera, bueno, cuál era el sitio. Estoy exagerando un poco, pero fue muy heavy, sí, fue bastante duro. No pudimos llorar la muerte de mi hermana y nuestro duelo se convirtió en algo público que ni queríamos ni podíamos soportarlo.
In fact, we were in shock. Think that just 3 days before, we learned that our sister had been killed in a bombing, terrorist bombing in Ireland. So for us, it was mind-blowing, really, and we were not able to cope with this, to grieve, to deal with our own pain because of all this media coverage and all being surrounded by people at all times. I forgot to say that we went to a funeral parlor directly from the military airport. We were directed to a funeral parlor, or the morgue in Madrid, and it looked as if it were the final of the champions, really, because there were so many people. I could say that our grief had been made public. We were assaulted at any time. We were interviewed or tried to be interviewed, and we were not left in peace.
Rocío y Fernando tuvieron un funeral conjunto que lo organizó el gobierno español. Los políticos y los altos cargos políticos en aquel momento en España, incluyendo la hija del rey, acudieron al funeral. Pero a nosotros eso no nos parecía un funeral para Rocío. No tengo duda de que todo el mundo intentaba hacer lo que podía y reconocer la importancia de todas las personas que fueron asesinadas de esta manera tan horrible, pero a nosotros nos faltaba el tener un espacio de silencio y poder encontrar la personalidad y la forma de ser de Rocío para despedirnos de ella.
Rocío and Fernando had a joint funeral organized by the Spanish government. High officers came, including the king's daughter. No doubt this was done to honor them, but we felt that we needed to say goodbye to our sister privately, I mean, as a family, in an intimate manner.
And did you then do that?
¿No lo llegasteis a hacer?
Sí, más tarde, sí. Después de este funeral organizado por el gobierno español, se hizo otro funeral también organizado por los gobiernos o por las iglesias, no sé bien. ¿Cómo es esto? Es un funeral en el que se hizo en Londres y se juntaron católicos, protestantes y quizás otra religión de alguna otra persona fallecida. Yo no lo recuerdo bien. De nuevo, el embajador de España les invita a mis padres y a los padres de Fernando para que acudan a Londres a este funeral. Y tuvo lugar ese funeral, regresaron. A partir de ese momento fue cuando mi madre dijo, yo necesito poder despedirme de mi hija en la intimidad, no quiero más funerales de Estado, no quiero más gobiernos, no quiero más prensa, quiero tener a mi hija y despedirme de ella. Y ahí fue cuando nosotros, mi familia, organizó el funeral de mi hermana Rocío.
Yeah, later we could do that. I explained myself. After this funeral organized by the Spanish government, another funeral organized with Catholics, Protestants, and other confessions in London took place. This time again, the ambassador of Spain was inviting my parents and Fernando's parents, so they went there to this state funeral. They went to London, and then from that moment on, my mother said, I don't want any more funerals. I need my daughter to myself. I need to organize my own funeral to say bye to my daughter.
And did that funeral take place at your family church in Madrid?
Sí, en la iglesia donde mi hermana Rocío tenía su grupo religioso, bueno, de jóvenes. Yo también iba a esa iglesia y nosotros organizamos allí en septiembre el funeral de Rocío. Esperamos a que pasara el mes de agosto, que es cuando no hay nadie en Madrid, y lo hicimos en septiembre. En la iglesia donde nosotros solíamos ir, este funeral fue organizado por nosotros y reflejó el espíritu y la esencia de Rocío de la manera como nosotros queríamos. Fue un funeral súper concurrido, acudió muchísima gente. Es una iglesia muy grande que cuando el Papa viene a España utilizan esta iglesia porque es una de las más grandes de Madrid y la iglesia se llenó. Acudieron pues, todos los amigos de Rocío, de la parroquia, de la universidad, del fútbol, de atletismo, mis amigos, los amigos de mis padres, familiares, bueno, muchísima gente. Y incluso los pilotos que nos llevaron en el avión militar acudieron también a la ceremonia. Fue precioso y fue durísimo. Mi madre habló al final, dando las gracias a todo el mundo, sin llorar, y para mí
I can continue, voy traduciendo mientras tanto, no te preocupes.
Para mí este hecho demuestra que es una mujer súper fuerte y la admiro mucho por ello.
Yes, that other funeral took place in the church where my sister Rocío had the church group, and I also used to go to this church. We held it in September so that everyone could come, already back from their holidays in August. The church was filled up to the rim. Friends from Rocío came, from church, from athleticism, from university, from football, friends from us, of course. Even the pilots that had been taking us to and fro came. It was wonderful, and at the same time, a very, very hard funeral. I remember my mother thanked everyone, said some words without crying, which shows that my mother is a really, really strong person.
Nuestra madre había dicho que aunque Rocío fuera su hija, en realidad no la pertenecía, sino que era del mundo y de Dios, y dio gracias por el tiempo tan valioso que habíamos compartido con ella.
My mother used to say that, and said at that very moment, although Rocío was her daughter, Rocío did not belong to her. She belonged to the world, and she belonged to God. And she thanked God for the time that she was able to share with Rocío on earth.
And in the months that followed, did you receive many, many letters from people around the world expressing their sorrow for what had happened.
Sí, eso es impresionante. Nosotros recibimos cartas de todas partes, de Irlanda, de Gran Bretaña, de Irlanda del Norte, de toda España. Había cartas que llegaban a mi casa que solo en el sobre ponía para la familia de Rocío. Cartas que venían desde Inglaterra, que mandas a España y que en el sobre tú solo pones para la familia de Rocío. Imagínate la cantidad de Rocíos que hay en España. Pues las cartas llegaron. Impresionante el apoyo, el sentir y lo acogidos que nos sentimos. Contestamos algunas, no todas, no pudimos. Y desde aquí aprovecho para agradecer si alguien nos escribió y ahora nos está escuchando y no le respondimos, pues que sepa que es que no podíamos, no que no queríamos.
Yes, it was impressive. In fact, we received letters from Northern Ireland, from the Republic of Ireland, from Britain, from Spain, from even other parts of the world that were not directly involved, for the family of Rocío. Some letters, of course, they did not know our address, so they were just addressed as for the family of Rocío. Imagine how many Rocíos are there in Spain, but still these letters arrived. We answered some, not all of them, because it was impossible, and I would like to take advantage of this occasion to say that if anybody here sent a letter to us and didn't receive any answers, of course it's not that we didn't want to answer, it's that we couldn't, simply because they were so numerous.
I'm going to ask you next about Anna's wedding, but first of all I'm going to check that you, Natalia, and our transcriber are happy to carry on. This is paragraph 40. Is everyone happy to carry on?
Yes.
And Natalia, you are?
Yes,
Thank you.
Principal. Thank you.
So, was your sister Anna already engaged at the time of the bomb with her wedding planned for November?
Sí, mi hermana Ana se ha casado con su novio de toda la vida. Les llamamos los novios de España. Ella ya estaba comprometida. Rocío murió en agosto y la boda de mi hermana fue en noviembre. Y decidieron que no la anulaban, sino que lo hacían. Mi hermana Rocío se llevaba súper bien con Javier, el marido de mi hermana. Eran grandes, se entendían muy bien, eran grandes amigos. ¿Voy muy rápido?
No,
Vale.
bien.
El hermano pequeño de Javier iba a la misma clase que mi hermana Rocío. O sea, nuestras familias estaban conectadas por varios hermanos.
Well, yes, my sister Anna, in fact, married her old-time boyfriend. They were boyfriend and girlfriend for many, many years. And despite these events taking place or having taken place in August, they decided to carry on with their wedding, which was going to take place in November. It wasn't cancelled, so they married in November. Javier, my brother-in-law, so Anna's husband, and Rocío were very, very good friends. In fact, Javier's younger brother was in the same class as Rocío. So our families have been connected through different links, as you can see.
Yes.
En esa boda, pues estuvimos todos de acuerdo en seguir adelante. El sentido del humor de Rocío de nuevo nos ayudó mucho. Bromeamos en la despedida de soltera de mi hermana. El día de la boda fue maravilloso y la gente que vino nos lo hizo vivir así. Las dos, tanto mi hermana Ana como yo, estamos convencidas de que Rocío nos estaba viendo ese día y asegurándose de que todo saliera bien.
At that wedding, we enjoyed ourselves very much. In fact, Rocío's sense of humor was very present at all times, and it was a wonderful and marvelous wedding. Anna and I are convinced that Rocío was taking care of everything wherever she was so that the wedding would be successful and very, very pretty.
And was Anna's wedding, sadly, the first of many moments that Rocio missed out on?
Sí, exacto.
Exactly.
Era el primer momento importante de la familia que Rocío se lo perdía. Ella ya tenía su traje de disfraces. A partir de ahí ella se perdió pues fiestas familiares, el nacimiento de los hijos de Ana, de mis hijos, los cumpleaños, las navidades, pues todas las reuniones perderían energía y las aportaciones de nuestra hermana. Mi hermana Ana a su hija mayor le puso de nombre Rocío.
Yes, that was the first important moment of many that Rocío missed. From that moment, she missed Anna's children being born, my children being born, a lot of anniversaries, a lot of birthdays, etc. In fact, Anna, my sister, called her eldest sister Rocío for our sister, yeah.
Tanto mi hermana Ana como yo ahora tenemos nuestras propias familias y esto nos ha recordado la realidad de todos esos momentos vitales que Rocío, mi hermana, se ha perdido, pero también nos da una idea de lo que para nuestros padres significó perder a su hija.
Anna and I have our own families, of course, and we have realized from then on that there are so many vital moments that Rocío has missed, but we also realized what our parents must have suffered and felt losing their daughter as we founded new families on our side.
I'm going to deal with 3 topics and then I think my questions will be finished. I'm going to ask you about Buncrana and your own trips to Ireland. I'm going to ask you about your hopes for this inquiry. And then finally I'm going to ask you some questions again about your sister and her personality.
Okay.
Okay. So after the bomb, did it take a lot of time to re-engage with the families in Buncrana?
Sí, ¿no?
Yes.
Well, I don't remember well. No, siempre hemos estado en contacto. En Navidades siempre nos hemos felicitado. Volvimos a Irlanda, creo que recordar, en el 10º aniversario, seguro. Pero cuando realmente... a ver, una cosa es regresar a Irlanda, otra cosa es mantener el contacto con la familia irlandesa y otra muy distinto, en mi caso en concreto, enviar a mis hijos a estudiar de nuevo a Irlanda, que era como cuando venía mi hermana. Para mí son como cosas diferentes, ¿no? Hemos tardado, en mi caso concreto, he tardado 20 años en volver a confiar entre comillas, en que esto es súper bueno para mis hijos, que les va a gustar, que se van a volver a enamorar de Irlanda, como lo hizo mi hermana. Pero me ha costado mucho tiempo. Pero sí hemos venido de viaje en el 10º aniversario y luego en otro momento vinimos toda la familia junta. Y fuimos a visitar a nuestra familia irlandesa en Buncrana.
We've always kept contact. We've always been in contact, especially during Christmas. We were greeting each other's Christmas. I remember distinctively that on the 10th anniversary we came back. But one thing is to come back to Ireland, A different thing is to keep contact with the family, the Irish family, and another very, very different thing is to send your own children to Ireland for a language exchange, as Rocío was doing. It took 20 years for me to trust my children, to take the decision to trust my children to Ireland again. I mean, again, to trust in Ireland again. We have visited, then after that, we have visited our Irish family, and we have again re-established contact, yes.
So I just want to make sure that I've understood that. That I think what you've told us is that your own children have visited Buncrana as part of the exchange programme.
That is right.
Your daughter last year and your son this year.
Es correcto.
That's correct, yes.
And they stayed with Katrina.
Mi hija sí y mi hijo no. O sea, hace 2 años sí y este año pasado estuvieron en otra familia. Mi hijo estuvo en casa de otra familia.
My daughter, 2 years ago, was at Catriona's house, and my son this year, this summer, was at a different house.
I see.
Pero Catriona igualmente le mimó, o sea, quedó con él y le mimó.
But all the same, Catriona met him and spoiled him, I can say.
And she has become a true friend and part of your family.
Y se ha convertido en una verdadera amiga de vuestra familia, ¿verdad?
Por supuesto.
Of course.
And you call her your Spanish sister.
Y le llamáis la hermana española. Bueno, irlandesa, más bien, hecho española, no sé por qué. Yes.
The Spanish sister, no, Irish.
Irish sister.
Irish sister.
An Irish sister.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No.
And on the trips that you yourself have made with your family to Ireland, have you got a real sense of why Rocio loved Ireland so much?
¿Habéis encontrado el sentido de por qué Rocío estaba enamorada de esta tierra?
Sí. El paisaje tiene una energía especial, pero la gente es extraordinaria.
The landscape has a very special energy, but people are extraordinary.
Nos encanta el fish and chips y tomamos un montón de cerveza.
We love fish and chips. We drink beer by tons. Thank you.
And on one of your trips, did Catriona tell you a touching story?
En todos los viajes habéis tenido alguna historia así conmovedora, ¿no?
I'm at paragraph 44.
44.
Sí. Oh, sí. Ok. Una de las veces que vinimos toda la familia, los 4, 8, 10 personas vinimos, creo que fue en el 5º aniversario, viajamos hasta Buncrana. Y la familia de Catriona nos cuidaron y nos llevaron a hacer muchas excursiones por allí, por Buncrana, y nos enseñaron los sitios a los que Rocío le gustaba tanto, por lo que le gustaba tanto Irlanda. Catriona nos contó una emotiva historia. El día anterior al atentado, un grupo de españoles hizo una excursión a un sitio remoto, en una colina, en donde hay una roca que se usa para celebrar misas, y allí escucharon una misa. Y Catriona nos relató cómo Rocío mostró una gran madurez y una gran comprensión, expresando un gran sentido de la espiritualidad y de la devoción. En nuestro viaje a Irlanda, Catriona nos llevó a esa misma roca y fue una experiencia muy conmovedora para todos nosotros.
One of the times that the whole family came to visit Ireland, I think we were 10 people, and I think it was the 5th anniversary. We went to Buncrana. We visited the family, of course, there, Catriona's family, and they showed us the places that Rocío used to love. On the previous day to the mowing, they held, Rocío and the group held a mass on a rock nearby Buncrana. And we were told how Rocío had expressed her deep faith, religious faith, and how she was so much at ease with that mass. And in fact, we held another one on the 5th anniversary, I mean, years later.
So I'm just going to ask you about your feeling about this inquiry. And I'm simply going to read out to you what you've said at the start of paragraph 49 and ask you whether it's right and whether there's anything that you would like to add. And Paloma, what you say in that paragraph is, learning about the inquiry has filled us with hope. The hope that a lot of the unanswered questions will finally be dealt with in a thorough and robust manner. The hope that all those who lost loved ones and survived can find out the whole story as to what happened. It will be tough, but we owe it to Rocío to commit ourselves to the process. And does that set out, Paloma, what you hope from this inquiry?
Realmente es lo que has comentado. Quiero agradecer esta parte de conmemoración hacia las víctimas y de reconocimiento, este espacio de que o bien ellas mismas o bien sus familiares tengan voz, es súper importante y gratificante, pero hay un segundo deseo que sería conocer la verdad. Nosotros las noticias que nos llegan a España están muy sesgadas y tenemos prácticamente un desconocimiento total sobre lo que pasó y sobre por qué pasó y cuáles son los matices de por qué no pasó una investigación de otra manera. Lo que esperamos de este juicio es que se sepa, que se respondan las preguntas de mucha gente de por qué y quién estaba implicada y sobre todo si se podía haber evitado. Yo creo que sobre todo esta es la gran esperanza que tiene mi familia, que ahora estoy yo aquí de portavoz. Sería una manera de curar el alma, porque tenemos como una herida abierta que todavía no se ha cerrado. Y aprovecho para daros las gracias personalmente y por parte de mi familia por darnos esta oportunidad de poder estar aquí comentando esto con todos vosotros. Para mí es fantástico, aunque es muy duro.
What I expect from the inquiry is what you said. I mean, it first is a commemoration to the victims so that they have a voice in some sort. The second wish is to know the truth, because the news that came to Spain were very, very biased and restricted as to what happened, not happened, whether it could have been prevented. Everything was very, very biased. I, on behalf of my family, want to thank you, the inquiry, for this opportunity, because you are allowing us to close a wound that has been open for 26 years.
So finally, Paloma, I want to return to where we started, and with Rocío. And I'm going to read to you some of the words in your statement because they are beautiful, and ask you if you have anything to add to them. I'm going to start at paragraph 47. And Paloma, you say Rocío would have achieved greatness. She did during her short life, and she would have prospered to even greater heights had she been given the time. Rocío would have travelled the world, she would have helped so many people, and most of all, she would have been there for us as a family every step of the way. It is this impact that we will never know, but it's often the toughest to understand and come to terms with.
It's enough, I think.
And at 51, you say Rocio was intelligent, amusing, kind and generous. She loved to be with people. She committed to everything, but especially in terms of support and service to others. She was very spiritual on the one hand, but on the other hand, she was really down to earth. She was not a dreamer, she was a realist. The impact of losing our youngest sister was brutal. It changed our family dynamics. We have missed Rocio the entire time since the bombing and always will. And then the final line of your statement. Rocio was a free spirit and she will always be our special PK.
Yes.
Well, Plummy, can I thank you very much for coming to the inquiry and sharing your memories of your beloved sister and also the experiences that you have had.
Thank you. Gracias a todos vosotros.
Thanks to you all.
Es el único apoyo que hemos tenido desde hace muchos años.
This is the only support that we've had for many, many years.
Thank you. Now there is, as a final part of your evidence and your pen portrait, a presentation, and I'll just check before we show it that you're content it should be shown now as opposed to having a break.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wonder, Amanda, could we play the presentation now, please? So that concludes the pen portrait in relation to Rocio.
Miss Abad Ramos, it was kind and generous of you to travel all of the way from Spain to share with us some aspects of your sister's life. It's obvious that she was a talented, intelligent, and caring young woman. Her visit to Buncrana as a team leader is just one example of that willingness to give of herself to others. As you said, although her life was short, your sister did achieve great things. She would undoubtedly have had so much more to contribute in her adult life and would have gone on to do and achieve so much more. We are all grateful to you for the assistance which you have given to the inquiry through your willingness to speak about your sister, despite the upset which revisiting the events of her death no doubt brings. I hope you feel able to convey our thanks to your parents and to the rest of your family for taking the time to reflect on and contribute to the work which this inquiry is embarking upon. And in particular, I would like to pass on my best wishes to your mother. Thank you.
Thank you.
So tomorrow we will continue with the commemorative and personal statement hearings at 10 a.m.
Thank you.